Chapter 2025. The two retainers to Tao Man was left and right each gripped a chain that came out of the assassin's shoulders. At the end of this chain were two enormous short knives. The little girl wanted to go forward, but for the first time, Yelu Xiezhen showed an anxious expression. He jumped off his horse and crouched in front of her. His eyes were firm, but his voice was gentle. "Little princess, don't come near." Tao Manwu grunted, then shouted to the old man. "White-haired grandpa, my name is Tao Manwu. I won't hurt you, and you're about to die." The white-haired old man's eyes shone. "Little girl, what did you say you were called?" "Say it again." Tao Manwu shouted loudly, "My name is Tao Manwu." Then she said something that no one, including Yelu Xiezhen, could understand. "I know that person." The old man laughed hoarsely, without the slightest bit of sorrow of someone about to die, only an indescribable pleasure. "Good, good, good. What a good, heaven never bars one's way. Heavens, just take it that I, surnamed Shu, owe you once." Tao Manwu tugged at Yelu Xiezhen's sleeve and said seriously, "Big brother Xiezhen, can I say a few words to white-haired grandpa? Don't worry, I know he won't hurt me. I won't lie to you." Yelu Xiezhen was the only one who knew about the little girl's talent. He intimately rubbed her little head. "But me and the three elders will all stay by your side, okay?" The innocent little girl nodded her head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. It was very lovable. She quickly walked forward. Yelu Xiezhen and the two retainers followed closely behind. When Tao Manwu was 5 or 6 steps away from the tall and sturdy old man and the finger-profound realm retainer, she suddenly sat down cross-legged on the ground. Then she raised her head and said, "What's the matter, old grandpa? If I can help, I'll definitely help you." Yelu Xiezhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used his eyes to signal the grandmaster to loosen his fingers. The latter wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he still loosened his grip and pulled back his fist. He moved 3 steps to give the little master enough vision. Even though he knew that this assassin was like a lamp that had run out of oil and dried up energy, the finger-profound realm expert still didn't dare to lower his guard. The old man with disheveled hair also followed the little girl and sat cross-legged. He glanced at the finger-profound realm expert with slanted eyes and said with a cold snort, "If it were any other time, I'd kill you with one hand." In fact, the old man had already given up on the idea of escaping. The reason why he used the last of his energy to hide here was to leave himself a relatively dignified death. The world was so big, but he just had to meet this little girl called Tao Manwu. Perhaps this could only be explained by the will of heaven. The old man lowered his head and panted heavily. His broad chest heaved up and down violently. After his breathing calmed down slightly, he looked at the little girl and slowly said, "Little girl, I've heard that person mention you before. But what I'm curious about is how you recognize me." Tao Manwu didn't hide anything and said in a clear voice, "Previously, I only knew that I should go this way, but actually, I didn't know what I would encounter. I only know that you won't hurt me, and I can see things that others can't." The little girl thought for a moment and quickly stretched out her hands, drawing circles in the air in a seemingly random manner. It was very messy. The old man clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "This kind of talent is really unheard of. Before I parted ways with him, I heard him mention you unintentionally. I know that there's a little girl called Tao Manwu in Beimi." Tao Manwu blinked her eyes that were full of spirit. They were overflowing with light and color. In the depths of her eyes, there was some happiness and some sadness. The old man coughed and put his hands on his knees. He said in a low voice, "I originally had a big idea in mind. Forget it, let's not talk about these things anymore. In short, before I left Bailiang, I wanted to go to the Central Plains Jianghu. But I received a secret letter from another old man, saying that there's a mystery in Dunhuang City. He hoped that I could do one last thing, but unfortunately, I only did half of it. Tao Manwu, remember, let that person know as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Let him know that he doesn't only have a woman in the north, but more importantly, that woman gave birth to a child for him." Tao Manwu opened her mouth slightly. She was clearly at a loss. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "I don't care whether you'll help or not. To be honest, it's reasonable if you don't help. Anyway, I can die with peace of mind." After saying this, the old man put his hand into his sleeve with difficulty. This action scared Yelu Xiezhen and the three retainers as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the old man only took out a thin yellowed book and gently threw it to the little girl. He said self-deprecatingly, "He gave me a knife manual." Later, he added some moves himself. "I can roughly understand it, but unfortunately, I can't learn it. Little girl, I'll give it to you." Tao Manwu took the knife manual with both hands and held it in her arms. Her eyes were moist. She knew that the old man was really going to leave. The old man pointed his thumb at himself and said with a smile, "Little girl, remember, I'm a white-haired old man called Chu Kuangnu. I'm the first peerless master that person has seen in his life." The old man pulled the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. He said to himself, "That chicken leg soaked in lake water, damn it. It's actually delicious." Tao Manwu wiped his tears and promised loudly to the dead old man, "I promise you. I'll definitely tell him." After Tantanon, Huan Wen, and the Confucian scholar Yao Baifeng, Lu Huai served as the Imperial College's left chancellor at the age of 40. For the next 30 years, an entire 30 years, he didn't transfer to another office. In the end, he died as the Imperial College's left chancellor. During this time, the youngest left chancellor in the history of Liang refused the invitations of the new emperor of Liang time and time again. He didn't want to be the Minister of Rights or the Chancellor of the Hanlin Academy. The last time the old man taught at the Imperial College, he unreasonably gave a lecture to a hall full of Bailiang scholars. The old man held a jug of green ant wine in his hand. Before he started the lecture for the scholars in formal attire who were sitting upright and still, he raised his arm and gently shook the jug. He said with a smile, "Do you know how much this jug of wine sold for in the 4th year of Xiangfu? You definitely won't be able to guess. Today, even if this jug of wine is the best green ant wine, it's only 60 copper coins. I remember on the first spring night of the 4th year of auspicious charm, the first time I drank wine, it was our Northern Liang Path's green ant wine. It was so expensive. Someone only left me with a small pot of wine for 3 mouthfuls, yet he charged me a total of 6 silver taels. At that time, I really didn't think it tasted good. I only felt that my throat was burning. If it wasn't for the fact that I was penniless at the time and that I drank the wine on credit, I would have spat out that mouthful of green ant wine." And this person even shamelessly boasted that he sold a jug of 3 taels of silver to me for 6 taels of silver on account of us being from Bailiang. Don't you think this guy is black-hearted? The young scholars who were studying at the Imperial College immediately roared with laughter. The old man smiled and said, "He's indeed black-hearted, isn't he? And you're actually not unfamiliar with this guy. He was once the right chancellor of our Imperial College for a short period of time. Fortunately, he quickly packed up his things and left. His surname is Sun and his name is Yin. You guessed right, he is that old 5th son of our great peace city, Lord Sun Yin, who has been the Minister of War in the 6 departments of the Minister Province." The scholars of Bailiang first subconsciously kept quiet out of fear. However, they quickly roared with laughter. If it was other officials, not to mention a second-rank minister of the central government, even an assistant minister wouldn't dare to laugh so openly. However, old Minister Sun was different. In his words, "You juniors, as long as you don't bully me and beat me up on the spot, then it's fine. It's fine even if you scold me in secret. Ever since I, Sun Yin, became a high official, I've never scolded anyone with a lower rank than me. But if I don't like them, I'll just tell them to leave. What's the point of scolding them? Only those with a higher rank and a louder voice than me can I only scold them to satisfy my cravings." Sun Yin's temper wasn't good. On the contrary, it was extremely bad. However, this guy either hated and feared him to the extreme or admired him to the point of prostrating himself on all fours. There were very few neutral people. It had to be known that even the emperor once said with a smile, "Every time old man Sun scolds people in court, no matter if I feel that it's reasonable or not, I'm not in a hurry to make a conclusion. Every time, I'll first listen to it. When I've completely thought it over, I'll decide whether to scold him back or give him a few pots of good wine." Sun Yin, who had moved through the 5 yamens of the Minister of Administration province and become a minister, seemed very similar to the important official of the previous dynasty, Tantanon, but also very different. Probably the only person in the world who could scold people better than Sun Yin was the Bailiang Daoist administrator who had only entered the capital 3 times in his life. He was the administrator who had held the position of administrator for the longest time in the world, Qin Shiliang. He was the only one. The administrator for half his life, the left chancellor for 30 years. Today, the Liyang imperial court used this term to describe a certain person in the officialdom who hadn't moved for a long time. The former referred to Qin Shiliang, the latter to Lu Huai. The old man waited until everyone calmed down and said in a low voice, "The scholars of your generation in Bailiang probably can't imagine the scene of the past. My memory is still fresh. The year I left for the imperial examination was the last year of Yonghui. When I entered the capital, it was the first year of Xiangfu. At that time, I was in Taiyin city and met a group of scholars from other places. They were wearing bright clothes and holding fans. You seem to be about the same now." At that time, after 2 people knew I was from Bailiang, they asked and answered questions in a strange way. One asked, "Lianka lifts the classics and light poems." Logically speaking, the poor scholars of Bailiang had a great advantage. Why did they still have no harvest at the end of the year? How strange. One answered loudly, "Because those Bailiang barbarians don't even know how to write poems, let alone the classics and essays." The old man looked at the young faces. Most of them had angry expressions, but there were also calm and sarcastic expressions. Naturally, there were also some who were completely indifferent. The old man had seen a lot of ups and downs, so he didn't find it strange. Chapter 2026. The old man only said indifferently, "At that time, I didn't blurt out, 'Fuck your mother,' how strange. Not because I didn't dare, but because I was afraid of solidifying the impression that we Bailiang scholars are vulgar in the eyes of outsiders. Now, you probably don't have such a chance. If it were you who ridiculed scholars from other places, such as the scholars from Nanjiang Path who have been hated by everyone for many years." The old man didn't speak frankly about the fate of the scholars from Nanjiang Path. The old man had long understood that justice was only in the heart and never in the mouth of others. Lu Huai only returned to the main topic and said slowly, "I, Lu Huai, consider myself number 1 in drinking, number 2 in teaching, number 3 in chess, number 4 in writing, number 5 in shamelessness, number 6 in quarreling, and last in being an official." The world laughs and scolds the Imperial College's old man Lu for having ulterior motives, for wanting to be the overlord of the literary world, for holding the authority of the nation's literature in his hands, and for the Imperial Court to be filled with yellow and purple. How could he not be my disciple? The entire hall of Bailiang scholars was silent. The old man laughed loudly and said, "Nonsense." The old man's expression suddenly became resolute and extremely dignified. He didn't lose to those higher-ranked and more authoritative big shots from the central government. He spoke in a deep voice. These were all words that the old man had accumulated for most of his life. "When I entered the capital at the age of 20, I had a wish. That is, if I can enter the imperial court one day, I will definitely not let my, Lu Huai's, predicament of studying in the capital repeat the same mistakes of the northern Liang scholars. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars spend more money when they buy books and brushes. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars be looked down upon by others because of their local accent when they speak with others. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars in the imperial court speak up for the nation and plead for the people. The Imperial College's left chancellor's face turned red. He paused for a long time and laughed coldly. Today, the world fears the Cold Party and scolds the Cold Party for being domineering. They especially hate the Cold Party for having the hardest bones. In the Liang Imperial Court, the saying of the Cool Party could only be understood and not spoken of. No one dared to directly bring it up. No one would have thought that Lu Huai, who was regarded as one of the core leaders of the Cool Party, would personally bring it up today. In my heart, I, Lu Huai, have a Cold Party. Among the older generation, those who are about the same age as me have already passed away, while others are still alive. For example, the old Grand Secretary Chen Wang, the old Minister Sun Yin, and the old Hanlin Yan Qiji are all of them. Outside the capital, Ko Jianghuai, Xia Shibian, Chen Shiliang, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, Li Hanlin, Lu Chengqing, Huang Fuqian, Song Yan, Chang Sui, Hong Xinjia, Chao Xiaojiao, Wang Ji, Hong Shuwen, Hong Yu, and so on. The old man laughed heartily and answered his own question. So many great figures who will be recorded in history in the future are all members of our cold party. Are you afraid? Even I'm scared of it. The old man raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, "What? Are you saying that I seem to have forgotten about that person? That old assistant minister and old scholar who hid in Gangnam-do a long time ago? Because he's not a good person at all. Of course, I've been scolding him for many years. However, there's one thing that you might not know. In his later years, this old thing also tried to consider himself as a Bailiang citizen. Unfortunately, Jean Lanting only wanted to acknowledge his ancestors, but we, the old ancestors, were not willing to acknowledge this grandson at all. The old chancellor claimed to be the sixth in quarreling before he became an official. He had only heard these curses without using any obscenities. This so-called sixth was full of weight. The old man suddenly raised his voice and said, "Liang Ministry of War, 3 times Minister and 7 Assistant Minister, Ko Jianghuai, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao." The other 7 third-rank assistant ministers were all from the Bailiang Frontier Army back then. 40 years, beautiful generals, half of them from Bailiang. How magnificent! Bailiang, how magnificent! Don't forget, the clothes you wear today, the jade and jewels on your waists, and the eloquence you have today, were exchanged for 4 years in the beginning of Xiangfu. The Bailiang cavalry sacrificed 320,000 men in battle. It was the former Bailiang Palace, which is now the administrator's mansion, that used the 320,000 stone tablets with names from Mount Qing Liang in exchange for today's status. Don't worry about what scholars think. I don't care, and I don't care. However, you scholars who were born in Bailiang, as long as I, Lu Huai, am alive, I hope that you will remember this day. Finally, I'll say one last thing. Remember that person. His surname is Su. The old man, who was extremely outspoken, didn't drink a mouthful of green ant wine until the end of the day. He also didn't say the last sentence. This sentence was too taboo and too heavy. There would be no other Central Plains. The end of spring in the 4th year of Xiangfu. The rain was as smooth as butter. In the Grand Secretary's mansion, there was a small pavilion by the lake. Exquisite items hung from the eaves. 2 people of the same age stood side by side. One was the young uncle of the emperor, Yan Qiji, and the other was Kong Zhenrong, who worked in the Ministry of War. They were friends in the past, and today they were still best friends. Kong Zhenrong said solemnly, "The Ministry of War just received news that the Baimang army suffered heavy losses outside of Zbibi City. However, the grain and troops reinforcements from Longyao State have not stopped. Zbibi City is in a bad state, and Huayang Pass is even worse. Liang Mang's battle will drag on for at least 2 to 3 months." Yan Qiji leaned on the window and smiled. "We can't even take care of ourselves. You're probably the only one who cares about this news." Kong Zhenrong crossed his arms over his chest, grinning as he said, "This Li Hanlin fellow is truly extraordinary. The more he fights, the more valiant he becomes. After becoming the only remaining white horse commandant outside northern Liang Pass, especially after the Battle of Old Woman Mountain last year, he, Yu Luandao, Chao Wei, and Wang Jingchong's 3 divisions of cavalry, along with Ko Jianghuai and Xia Shi's 2 Liuzhou generals, beat the Southern Dynasty soldiers inside northern Mang's Gusai prefecture until they cried for their fathers and mothers. I heard that they came and went like ghosts, completely tying down northern Mang's last 2 main field forces. In this way, the entire northern Mang Southern Dynasty, other than the front line to the north of Dragon Waste State, has been beaten into a sieve that leaks air from all sides." Yan Qiji subconsciously rubbed the stubble on his chin. It seemed to be getting pricklier. Thinking back, among the 4 of them, Kong Wuchi was the most mature. He was the first to have a beard. Li Hanlin often laughed at Yan Qiji for being a pretty boy. It was a pity that he was a bit ugly. He was worlds apart from Li Hanlin, so even if he sold his butt, he wouldn't be able to get much money. Yan Qiji asked, "What do you think will happen if we stay in Beiliang?" Kong Zhenrong had obviously thought about this question. Without hesitation he said, "It's hard to say. You'll either be a military officer under Song Dongming at Mount Qingliang, or you'll be a military advisor with the identity of Bai Yi at Chbibi City. But I'm different. At the very least, I can be a white horse lieutenant like Li Hanlin." Yan Qiji laughed and scolded, "What a moral character. It's only because those two aren't here that you can be so arrogant. When they were here in the early years, when didn't you, Kong Wuqi, obediently act like a taciturn gourd?" Kong Zhenrong rolled his eyes. Back in Beiliang, Kong Zhenrong not only had the nickname of Wuqi, but he also had a famous nickname in the brothels, Philanthropist Kong. This was because every time the four of them went out to drink wine, only this big blockhead was a maverick. He would never call for any beautiful courtesan or courtesan. He would go straight to the point and say to the brothel keeper, "Call out the girl who hasn't received any guests for the longest time to accompany us." The great philanthropist Kong not only asked for women who were more beautiful and cunning, but also rewarded them handsomely. He also called them over to sit next to him. Although he didn't take liberties with them, and it was likely that he really couldn't bring himself to do so, he didn't neglect them either. Kong Zhenrong was a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. His reputation had spread throughout the northern Liang Path's flowering fields, and he wasn't much inferior to His Highness the Crown Prince, who liked to spend money recklessly. Kong Zhenrong's father panicked at that time. He was afraid that his only son would marry a girl who could ward off evil spirits. When that time came, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of Beiliang's officialdom? Therefore, the fathers of the four pests of Beiliang had different attitudes. The old Prince Liang, Su Shao, was generous and didn't care at all. The old scholar Yan Jieshi was worried about his son's reputation. The miserly Gongda was worried about the money. Kong Zhenrong's father was the most miserable. He was afraid that his future daughter-in-law would be a girl who couldn't walk at night. Otherwise, it would be scary. Yan Qiji sighed. Li Hanlin's sister seems to have never married. Kong Zhenrong curled his lips and said, Li Fuzhen's eyes grew on her forehead since she was young. She didn't treat anyone well. Anyway, I don't like her the most. I remember that she liked to call me a bore and even called brother Nian a pervert. Li Hanlin is her brother, so Li Fuzhen didn't scold him much. You are the most educated among us, so you didn't get scolded much? As for your sister, well, she is better than Li Fuzhen. Yan Qiji was helpless. Su Fengnian, Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji, Kong Zhenrong. Li Fuzhen, Yan Dongwu. 6 people in the past. 3 people in Beiliang. 3 people in Graydon. 3 people in their hometown. 3 people in other places. The spring rain rippled on the surface of the lake. Chapter 2027. Kong Zhenrong thought of something and said slowly, I heard that the poor scholar from Yanji County of Yuzhou was supposed to be the champion of the spring imperial examinations. However, he was targeted by a big shot and suppressed by a weak reason. Not to mention the spring imperial examinations, he almost lost the qualification of the palace examinations. Some people say that Jean Lanting, one of the imperial tutors, was one of the imperial tutors. Others say that the imperial tutor, Principal Pu Hua, deliberately promoted Qin Guanhai, who had won the imperial tutor title but had only gotten the lowest rank in the imperial tutor exam. Now even my father is defending him. He said that if Lu Huai hadn't made things difficult for others in the imperial tutor exam, he would have gotten first place in the imperial tutor exam. Besides, Lu Huai was the top scorer in the imperial tutor exam of the Northern Liang Path. That would be an unprecedented 3 times in a row in the imperial tutor exam of the imperial tutor exam. My father's temper is so bad that he can't even get a fart out of it. These days, he has been nagging about it countless times. The wine in the residence is almost not enough to drink. In Liang, the autumn imperial examination was the local provincial examination, while the spring imperial examination was the national examination in the capital. Thus, there was a saying in the officialdom, when the autumn imperial examination is the spring imperial examination, the carp leaps over the dragon gate. Lu Huai, a poor scholar from Beiyang, actually became famous before the spring imperial examination. At that time, this person was copying inscriptions outside the imperial college. He was able to get the contemporary saint of the Zhang family of the Sacred Duke's mansion to help him copy. At that time, thousands of imperial college students heard the news and flocked over. In the end, Lu Huai was the last one to know the noble identity of the middle-aged Confucian scholar, which caused a sensation in the capital. However, at that time, Lu Huai, who was embarrassingly short of money, was forced to stay in a small Daoist temple. He rejected the offers of countless high-ranking officials and nobles to buy the scriptures, and also rejected the offers of some people to change his address. It was said that quite a few aristocratic families in the capital wanted to take him as their son-in-law, but they were all rejected by Lu Huai. At that time, there were many voices in the capital that said that this person was nothing more than fishing for compliments and waiting for the right price to sell. Everything was just about the two words, raising the prestige. As Lu Huai came in third, the articles of the imperial and imperial examinations gradually spread throughout the court. Only then did these strange words quietly disappear. As Lu Huai entered the court, the people in Great Peace City learned of the inside story. There were actually 5 Beiyang scholars participating in the autumn imperial examination, but the other 4 had given up their qualifications and returned to their hometowns. They only gave all their remaining money to Lu Huai, who stayed to stay. Kong Zhenrong's father, Kong Dashan, had been recruited by the imperial court of Liang and had chosen to leave the northern Liang sect. The main reason was that his elder brother, who had been a businessman for many years, and his 2 daughters had accidentally married into one of Jiangnan's Daoist clans. The 2 Jiangnan families were well liked in the Great Peace City officialdom. Adding on the fact that he did not see eye to eye with the commander of the cavalry at the time, Huaihua Great General Zhong Hongwu, he came to Great Peace City. He only got a mid-level official position in the Ministry of War, a 4th-rank official. He had just been promoted at the end of last year. In a few years, his son would probably catch up. After Kong Dashan brought his family to the capital, he must have been ostracized. However, while Kong Dashan was a true Beiyang general, his personality was very open-minded. Otherwise, based on his son Kong Zhenrong's relationship with His Royal Highness, he would not have fallen to the point of leaving Beiyang. Kong Dashan himself was a rough man, but he was one of the few generals in Beiyang who openly admired scholars. In his early years, he did not like Li Hanlin. He was even indifferent to His Royal Highness, Su Fengyan. Only Yan Qiji, who was a scholar and did not smile, would become friendly when he saw him at home. Thus, Kong Dashan was furious at the situation of the Beiyang scholar Lu Huai in Great Peace City. Yan Qiji, who had been lying lazily on the railing, stood up and said in a low voice, "There is indeed some inside story in the spring examinations." However, as the teacher, Sima Puhua had the intention to help Qin Guanhai, a junior from the same hometown. He did not try to suppress Lu Huai. As Lu Huai's teacher, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, did not belittle Lu Huai's essay. Instead, he praised it greatly. The examination paper was full of praise. Kong Zhenrong could not wrap his head around it and was confused. The Minister of Rights and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights were respectively the President and the Vice President. Was there someone who could oppose them? Kong Zhenrong suddenly realized and his face was filled with disbelief. Yan Qiji nodded. It was Qin Xiaobao who had refused the position of teacher. He shook his head at Lu Huai's essay and said a few words of praise but more criticism. Kong Zhenrong shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. I have never truly interacted with Qin Xiaobao's personality, but I definitely trust him. Qin Xiaobao is not this kind of person and would not do such a thing. There is no need." Just from Kong Zhenrong's words, it was clear that Qin Xiaobao's reputation in the court was at the top of Jing. Yan Qiji grimaced and said, "At the start, I did not believe it either. However, this was what His Majesty the Emperor said, and Qin Xiaobao was present at the time." Kong Zhenrong was dumbfounded and slapped his forehead. No wonder Bro Nian said that scholars can't understand. Yan Qiji's gaze was deep as he continued, In short, His Majesty personally appointed Lu Huai as the Tanhua scholar and did not give him the Zhuangyuan scholar. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Kong Zhenrong sighed. Don't think too much about things that you can't figure out. Bro Nian taught me this, and I feel that it's reasonable. Bro Nian also said that if we meet a grandfather that we can't defeat, we should be the grandson first. There will be a day when the grandfather teaches the grandson a lesson. Yan Qiji smiled. Kong Zhenrong grinned from ear to ear for a long time. Yan Qiji remained silent for a long time. When Kong Zhenrong finally stopped laughing, he leaned on the railing again and said, "You and Li Hanlin both think that I'm the most educated, and that Bro Nian is more reasonable than me because he's smart. Actually, that's not right. I only understood later that Bro Nian knew about our family leaving Bailiang secretly. That's why he said those drunk words to me when we met for the last time. He said that the book said that all good things must come to an end. Don't be afraid. The book also said that it's a small world. There will always be a chance to set up another banquet." Kong Zhenrong was speechless. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He wanted to drink, but there was no wine to drink. Yan Qiji turned his head and looked at Kong Wuqi, his face full of tears. "I know that the four of us, plus my sister and Li Fuzhen, the six of us, will never have the chance to be together again." Kong Zhenrong nodded. Yan Qiji sobbed like a child who made a mistake. "Bro Nian lied to me." Kong Zhenrong still didn't say anything. He just raised his arm slowly and rubbed the young man's head gently. It was just like how Su Fengnian treated Yan Qiji. Many years later, not only did the auspicious era name become a thing of the past, but even the New Year name was changed twice. The new emperor of Liang had just ascended the throne. It was still the same waterfront pavilion, still the same light rain in the spring evening. The old man who had just turned down the new emperor's invitation to stay and stepped down as the left servant of the province came here alone after playing with his grandchildren. He was a powerful official in his official career, and he would be a famous official in the history books in the future. For some reason, he was crying silently. The white-haired old man didn't look very sad, but he couldn't stop crying. The old man who was known as the second Tantanon in the court didn't wipe his tears. He was like a child who accidentally lost a cute object. First he cried loudly. After a few days, he wasn't so sad anymore, but when he remembered it, he would still sniffle. Withered intestines were watered in 3 bowls, and the cool breeze grew in 2 armpits. The spring breeze brushed his hair, and the old man remembered the youth. Many years ago, in Lingzhou in the south of the Great Wall, the last king of Bailiang, who no one mentioned now, was still the absurd and carefree His Royal Highness. In those years, one could often see 4 young men walking out of the brothel drunk in the middle of the night. Li Hanlin, who hadn't joined the army to kill the enemy, and Li Hanlin, who hadn't become the White Horse Lieutenant, who hadn't become the great general of the West, must have had lipstick marks all over his face. However, this guy was the most cunning. He couldn't hold his liquor, and his drinking behavior was even worse. Every time he secretly let the courtesans and courtesans help him with the water, he seemed to be drinking heroically, but he also secretly threw the wine out of the cup. His disguise was flawless. Therefore, every time he went home, he could still laugh and laugh with the courtesans and madams. He would never delay and take advantage of them afterwards as he collected some interest. And Kong Wuqi, who had become a great philanthropist, could hold his liquor, but his drinking behavior was good. Moreover, the 2 or 3 girls who were especially grateful because they hadn't had a business for a long time wouldn't agree to not drink with this burly, kind-hearted young man. Therefore, he was far less sober than that bastardly every time. However, good had its reward, and evil had its retribution. Kong Wuqi was drunk, and Li Hanlin was sober. Of course, the latter had to carry him. In His Royal Highness' words, "It was me carrying Kong Wuqi who weighed 200 caddies? Are you, Li Hanlin, His Royal Highness, or am I the one?" As for the young scholar who was still nicknamed Chicken Eating Strict, he was no longer afraid of being scolded by his father when he returned home. Every time he walked into a brothel, he would secretly encourage himself. Tonight, he must touch the chest of a certain young lady. Otherwise, he might as well pluck up his courage and kiss her lips. In short, he couldn't let those 3 brothers laugh at him for having evil intentions but not the guts to do it. But every time he left the tender land of beautiful women, the young scholar would be drunk and unconscious. He would tell himself that it didn't matter. He would try again next time, and be a real man for once. The slender young man, Li Hanlin, carried the burly young man, Kong Wuqi, and walked unsteadily. And the young man, His Royal Highness, carried the light young man, Yan Qiji, so of course it was easier. In the beginning, Li Hanlin was not without doubts. Why didn't he just let the retainer carry Kong Wuqi back to the carriage after eating chicken? Chapter 2028. His Royal Highness said that we are brothers. The four youths at that time felt that there was nothing more reasonable than this in the world. At that moment, the old man choked, "Brother Nian, you are lying. That person promised the Liang dynasty, or promised the world, that he would never enter Great Peace City again in this life." But at that moment, a warm hand gently rested on the old man's head. No matter how many years have passed, there was a familiar teasing laughter. "Oh, Yen eating chicken crying. Is it your father who forbids you to play with me, or is your sister speaking ill of me again? What's the big deal, Brother Nian? I will take you to drink wine. Old rules, Li Hanlin pays, Kong Wuqi leads the horse. Let's go." The old man did not raise his head, afraid that it was a dream. The hand on Yan Qiji's head gently raised and then patted down. That person laughed angrily. "Yen eating chicken, have you become stupid from studying? The three of us are waiting for you." Yan Qiji slowly turned around, trying his best to widen his eyes, his lips trembling. The grand scholar of the martial meritorious palace, who was the head of the 12 pavilions of the Liang dynasty, who was known as, every time there is a big event, Scholar Yen is the calmest. Tears flowed down his wrinkled face. He wiped his face, crying and laughing, saying softly, "Brother Nian, I miss you very much." The guy opposite him, who only had white hair on his temples, revealed a bright smile that was still as young as before. He raised his sleeve and wiped Yan Qiji's tears, saying, I know. Not far away, there were two people who seemed to be whispering, but their voices were not soft. "Look, martial fanatic Kong. I've already said that eating chicken Yen fancied our brother Nian. Back then, he just couldn't take that step. It is true, I didn't think so before, but now I believe it. Kong Wuqi, Yen eating chicken is already so old, isn't it too late? Sigh, Yen eating chicken is fine, but he is too shy. If it was me, I would have told brother Nian directly 60 or 70 years ago. Scram. At that time, you surnamed Kong had already crawled out of your mother's womb? Yan Qiji, who was slightly deaf but definitely not deaf, was instantly infuriated. Li Hanlin, Kong Zhenrong. Scram to the side. Li Hanlin pretended to raise his head to look at the moon, while Kong Zhenrong pretended to look left and right. No matter what, Yan Qiji still held the hand of the person in front of him tightly, unwilling to let go. Su Fengnian looked at Yan Qiji, then turned to look at Li Hanlin and Kong Zhenrong, who were grinning, and said softly, "Everything is still here, nothing has changed. That's great. ### in the snowy Jianghu, someone has a beginning and an end." One of the passages was from the previous chapter of Bead Curtain chapter, Little Sweet Potato, I've Found You. The 4th year of Xiangfu. Yanji Prefecture in Yuzhou was very famous. It was so famous that even the entire Central Plains had heard of it. This was especially so in the scholarly Gangnam-do and the wealthiest Guangling path. Of course, Great and City was the most interested in Yanji Prefecture. It was because the women of Yanji County were especially lively. Women were truly made of water. They were beautiful and unordinary, naturally charming and full of emotions. Even the women of Yanji County who grew up in a remote and desolate place still had their own charm. However, there were many small towns in Yanji Prefecture that were not famous. In one of the small towns, there lived a beauty who had once been on the Yanji rankings. Pei Nanwei, the wife of the old king of Jing and who was supposed to have died for love. Now, she was guarding a small but clean house. She rarely went out and raised a coop of chickens. Then, she would often sit under the eaves and watch the arrogant old hen take the cute little chicks and wander around the yard. She would peck here and there. Over time, although she was a bit bored, She felt that this kind of boring life was the real life. An inconspicuous young woman and an old woman who could be blown away by a gust of wind lived far away and close to each other. The former would occasionally help to pour water into the water tank, or send some small things that could not be bought with money in the small town, such as rouge, face powder, hairpins, and so on. Pei Nanwei accepted them one by one. Women in the world, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, all wanted to be more beautiful. The old woman, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life, did not send any gifts. She only visited the house every few days, chatting about trivial matters. She asked which silk shop in the town had Sichuan satin for sale. However, the old woman quickly said that it was most likely a scam. She was trying to cheat those silly girls out of their private savings. She said that the ugly wife of Lu Yao, from the blacksmith shop in the southernmost part of the town, had hooked up with a young man surnamed Zhang from Broken Gong Alley. It was hard to say who had taken advantage of it. The old woman also said that a kite fell from the roof of her house. Those children were really naughty. They were naughty. Not only did they climb the roof to take the kite, but there was also a little bastard who stood on the roof and peed into the yard. As a result, she went to the child's house and scolded him. Pei Nanwei listened patiently every time, but she couldn't remember most of it. She would forget it after listening to it. Finally, one day, someone broke the tranquility. It was the child called Udilong. He rode a horse without an appointment. He had a saber at his waist. The way he climbed down the mountain and dismounted from the horse was clean and nimble. The child looked particularly old and experienced. She smiled at the door and felt that it was a little funny. When Yu Dilong called out the title of master's wife, Pei Nanwei smiled even more happily. She didn't rush to lead the child into the small courtyard and asked, "Little bug, how many people have you called master's wife?" In fact, this child used to call her Auntie Pei several times. Now that he changed the way he called her, didn't make her feel disgusted. Ever since the story of walking while leaning on the wall seemed to have spread throughout the entire Qingliang mountain overnight, Yu Dilong had a deep impression of the saying that trouble comes from the mouth. However, in front of Pei Nanwei, this child really couldn't remember. He stretched out 3 fingers and grinned, "Just 3. But master's wife, you are master's wife." Pei Nanwei glared at him and pretended to be angry. "You can't just say half a sentence?" Yu Dilong looked surprised. "Ah? Just 3? Pei Nanwei fiercely knocked on the head of this child who only knew how to be smart. She laughed angrily and said, "It's all because you learned it from your master." Yu Dilong, whose face was so dark that it almost looked like charcoal, chuckled and cheerfully walked into the courtyard with his master's wife. Yu Dilong liked to treat this place as his own home. That was why he had discussed with his master's wife last time that when he had enough money in the future, he would definitely build another house. There were always 2 small benches placed under the eaves. She had thought of buying a small bamboo chair, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. She had other plans. After the 2 of them sat down, Pei Nanwei teased, "Little bug, what's the name of your master's eldest disciple?" Master's wife forgot. Yu Dilong, who was originally lazy, immediately straightened his back. He felt a little guilty and whispered, "Her name is Wang Sheng. That guy Lu Yunzhang said that it's a tacky name. But I think it's actually okay." Pei Nanwei mischievously asked, "Then what if Wang Sheng likes your master and doesn't like you? What will you do?" Yu Dilong opened his mouth wide with a blank expression. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Huh." Yu Dilong scratched his head and lowered his head to stare at the tip of his shoes. He said softly, "I can't beat master either." Pei Nanwei laughed out loud. Yu Dilong quickly raised his head and said in all seriousness, "Master's wife, if Wang Sheng really likes master, I'll fight with master. But I'm not doing it to snatch Wang Sheng." This time, Pei Nanwei was really puzzled. "What do you mean?" The child's face was full of seriousness as he stretched out a fist. "I just want Wang Sheng to know that you can like our master, but little bug can also beat master." Pei Nanwei did not comment. She raised her head to look at the entrance of the courtyard and said softly, "Little bug, it's okay to say that you're stupid, but it's not wrong to say that you're smart." The child seemed to be a little depressed. He held his chin with both hands and was lost in thought. Pei Nanwei rubbed his head and comforted, "It may be very soon, but it may also be a long, long time later. You will understand one day that when you like someone, but that person doesn't like you, although it's not as good as two people liking each other, it's much luckier than not having anyone you like." Yu Dilong frowned and said pitifully, "Master's wife, why does it sound so miserable?" Pei Nanwei asked with a smile, "Do you think Master's wife is happy or sad?" She added, "If you answer correctly, Master's wife will teach you how to pursue Wang Sheng." Yu Dilong said cautiously, "Foolishly happy?" The corner of Pei Nanwei's mouth twitched. Yu Dilong hugged his head at lightning speed. "Master's wife, Master's wife." Master accidentally let it slip. Pei Nanwei said with a pleasant expression, "You're right." Yu Dilong's face was full of surprise. Pei Nanwei chuckled. "But little bug, you'd better be a bachelor for the rest of your life." Yu Dilong was not sad. He just tilted his head and pinched his chin with 2 fingers, as if he was thinking carefully about something. The child suddenly sat up and slapped his thigh. "Forget it, let's talk about it after I come back from the mouth of the gourd alive." Pei Nanwei was shocked. "What's going on?" Yu Dilong took out a purse and handed it to Pei Nanwei solemnly. "Master's wife, this is the soldier's pay after I become the sergeant of the Yuzhou cavalry. You should continue to help me save it." "Master's wife, if one day you hear that I died in battle outside the pass, remember not to be sad for this little bug." Pei Nanwei frowned and said, "You're going to fight outside the pass?" Yu Dilong looked around and said in a low voice, "Master's wife, I can't say this. According to Baoyang's law, I'll be punished for leaking military secrets. I'm a scout sergeant, and I have to set an example." The child made a gesture of cutting his neck and rolling his eyes. Pei Nanwei put away the purse. "Okay, I'll keep it for you." Chapter 2029. Yu Dilong stood up. "Mistress, if I die, don't tell Wang Sheng that I like her." Pei Nanwei smiled and asked, "Then if you come back alive, will you tell her?" Yu Dilong quickly waved his hand. "No, no, no, don't tell her." Pei Nanwei asked, "Anyway, if you don't tell her, why do you mention this?" Yu Dilong was suddenly confused. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Pei Nanwei stood up and poked the child's head with her finger. "Little bug, with your paste brain, how can you be a land dragon in the future?" Yu Dilong was resentful. He strode down the steps, turned his head and waved his hand. "Mistress, don't send me off." Pei Nanwei said angrily, "Go, go, go. Hurry up." After Yu Dilong walked out of the gate, Pei Nanwei suddenly heard the child's surprised voice. "Master? Why you here? Is the war over?" Pei Nanwei subconsciously walked down the steps quickly. When she was about to walk to the gate of the courtyard, she suddenly realized and stopped. She laughed and scolded loudly, "Little bastard." The child outside the house laughed and rode away, shouting, "Let's go. Mistress, Mrs. Master." Now it was the turn of spring and summer. The woman who was born in the spring and autumn Pei family suddenly remembered a small poem. The content was exactly the same, but she forgot the name of the poem and the name of the author. Quietly looking at the green wall, leisurely looking at the green forest. Nothing happened to the floweringers, their voices far away in the shade of the grapevine. Green wall, green forest, floweringers, grapevine. The reason why she remembered it so deeply was that these lovely scenes in Jiangnan were all close to her when she was a girl. The more easily she could get them, the more she didn't know how to cherish them. After she became the princess consort of Liang, she was imprisoned behind the high wall. She was tired of reading graceful poems, and gradually came into contact with some frontier fortress poems that she didn't like before. It was nothing more than those words that were used back and forth in the poems, such as conquering people, frosty moon, chong flute, reed pipes, and swan geese. At this time, Pei Nanwei looked around. The walls were yellow, the greenery was sparse, there were no birds chirping, and it was already hot in the summer. A woman in a tall building with hidden bitterness? That would require a tall building to perch on. When Pei Nanwei thought of this, she was really a little angry. She was alone in this small county. Of course, it could only be related to money. Ever since he went to Bishan County's Yamen with that fellow who was nominally the county clerk and successfully obtained the 20 taels of silver that he had been owed for a long time, County Magistrate Feng Guan was quickly transferred away for some reason. Yang Gongshou, who replaced the position of county clerk, Su Qi, took over as county magistrate. The county officer was still Zhu Ying, who also came from Green Deer Cave Academy like the new county magistrate. Both of them were scholars who had gone to Liang. When Shi and Yang Gongshou went to the Yamen, they met the two scholars. Yang Gongshou even hired someone to put on a play of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Unfortunately, the one surnamed Su saw through it with one glance. In his words, he was the founder of the silk pants business. Back in the day, who knew how many sons of Bailiang ate the dust behind his but, learning from him and imitating him. What Pei Nanwei was angry about was that after Yang Gongshou took over as county magistrate, the position of Bishan County's county clerk did not continue to be filled as per usual. Instead, Su Qi's name was once again put up. However, the Bishan County Yamen gave a statement that since Su Qi was no longer on duty, his salary would be halved. It was said that this was the result of County Officer Zhu Ying arguing with the new county magistrate. Otherwise, with County Magistrate Yang's intentions, Su Qi would not even be able to get a single copper coin. It was probably because all the officials in the Yamen had guessed the county magistrate's intentions, especially those women whose men worked in the Yamen. They viewed her, the wife of the county clerk, as an enemy. When it came to her, all of the things like oil, rice, salt and cloth were more expensive. That young woman of unknown origin originally wanted to buy them for her, but was rejected by Pei Nanwei. However, Pei Nanwei insisted on buying them herself. She even purposely brought along a few heavy silver ingots. Of course, she did not need the silver, and the shops did not have enough change. When those women stared at those silver ingots, Pei Nanwei felt very comfortable. That feeling was as if she was saying, "You're bullying me because my man is not here, right? But if my man can leave his woman so much money, he can be at ease. But do you men who talk about women have this ability?" Pei Nanwei's anger was because your disciple, Liang Long, was able to earn so much money. As his master, you don't know how to send some back home? As long as she thought of using a certain silver ingot to exchange for copper coins, her heart would ache terribly. Pei Nanwei caught a glimpse of the old hen in the courtyard from the corner of her eye. It seemed to be a great general who was patrolling the territory with tens of thousands of elite soldiers. She immediately became angry and quickly walked towards them. She stomped hard on the ground, scaring the hens and chicks into fleeing in all directions. Pei Nanwei gave a cold snort. She put her hands on her hips and was somewhat pleased. There was a young man who happened to be standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When he saw this scene, his eyes were lifeless and his expression was absent-minded. He looked at the graceful figure whose back was facing him. His hand that was holding a cloth bag was sweaty. His current name was Zhu Ying. He was one of the thousands of scholars who followed Shangyin Academy's Chancellor Wang to Bailiang. At that time, if the scholars of Yu family's eldest son, Yu Luandao, were the most famous in the world, in fact, if he used his real name, his fame would not be below Yu Luandao. The Confucianism of the world, Zhu Ying in the south and Yao in the north. The Master of Science, Yao Baifeng, had already resigned from his position as the left chancellor of the Imperial College and returned to his hometown to continue lecturing. The disciples of the Zhu family of Jing and sect had always been unwilling to become officials. Zhu Ying's grandfather was known as the Divine Lord during the spring and autumn period and had a deep relationship with the Academy's Grand Chancellor, Qianglong. In the area of Zhu Ying's father's generation, the seven of them became famous together and were known as the Seven Dragons of the Zhu family. They were even on par with the dazzling lineup of Jiangnan's Lu family back then. Zhu Ying's real name was Zhu Ying. He was the eldest son of the Zhu family's eldest son. Even if he changed his name to Zhu Ying and pretended that he was a concubine's son of the Zhu family's side branch, Zhu Ying still stood out in the Green Deer Cave Academy with his own knowledge and foresight. There were several great scholars who were invited by the master of the academy, Huang Chong, to give lectures in the Green Deer Cave Academy, but they were all embarrassed by Zhu Ying. There were even old scholars who had to ask Zhu Ying to solve their doubts. However, Zhu Ying's reputation was not prominent among the scholars who went to Liangliang. At most, he had some reputation for being arrogant and noble. However, his unpublished articles, like what the young king said to Pei Nanwei, had long been placed on the desk of the Whispering Room. Even Su Weisheng was shocked and thought highly of him as a young talent who was not familiar with Su Beiji and Chen Xiliang. Zhu Ying's code name in the Whispering Room was Young Phoenix, which was on par with Yu Luandao's Big Luan. Zhu Ying, or Zhu Ying, found that his lips were dry and he did not know how to speak. Unlike Yang Gongshou, who was shocked when he first saw her, Zhu Ying only felt that she was beautiful when he first saw her. However, he did not have any romantic thoughts. Once, on the rolling street after the rain, he accidentally saw her squatting by the street, breaking a dry biscuit in her hand and gently feeding it to a yellow and brown kitten covered in mud. He could not let it go. He knew that even if he was not the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, it was unreasonable and inappropriate to think about a lonely woman who lived alone. However, he could not help it. Just as he was about to speak, the woman had already turned around and looked at him with a frown. She asked, "Who are you?" Zhu Ying's heart was instantly dead. In the past year, although they had never spoken, they had seen each other many times. Was it 15 or 16 times? Zhu Ying's face was pale and his lips trembled. He could not say a word. He wanted to raise the money bag in his hand. He wanted to say that this was Registrar Su's salary last month. He, Zhu Ying, was a colleague of Bishan County's Yamen. He only came here to give money to Madame Pei Nanwei, whose head was filled with confusion, rudely pointed at this dumb chicken. "You have a problem? Hurry up and scram." She ran to the corner of the wall and picked up a broom. She glared at him, her aura fierce. The young scholar sadly turned around. Pei Nanwei naturally did not know this young man's thoughts. He would not know where his feelings came from just because of her actions on the rolling street. However, with Pei Nanwei's personality, even if she knew, she would not care. She would probably repeat her previous unintentional words. "You have a problem." Many years later, Zhu Ying, who had clearly risen to prominence in Beiliang's officialdom, resolutely betrayed the Liang party when it was at its peak. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, he was known throughout the court as an iron and unyielding scholar. He suppressed the Liang party's rise in officialdom many times. No one knew why the iron assistant minister, Zhu Ying, did this, or why he knew that he would stop at the assistant minister position if he went against the general trend. In the end, Zhu Ying, who had quickly become an assistant minister, gave up the opportunity that his family had obtained through the cooperation of several parties. He gave up on becoming a minister in the Ministry of Rights and resigned. However, he did not return to his hometown. Instead, he went to Beiliang, which was filled with political enemies. He established a school in Yuzhou and became a Confucian scholar. His reputation did not lose out to the previous dynasty's Yao Baifeng. In Zhu Ying's life, other than his family's marriage, he only took a concubine in his later years in Yanji County in Yuzhou. That concubine was young and beautiful. Zhu Ying was already old. This action caused Zhu Ying to be criticized by the Central Plains. Someone wrote a poem, "A Pear Blossom Suppressing a Begonia," to ridicule him. Zhu Ying did not care. He died in Beiliang and was posthumously given the title of Wenjin in the court. Until Zhu Ying resigned and died in Beiliang, the situation of the various parties in the court fighting against the Liang party did not change. County Magistrate Yang Gongshou, who had suppressed Master Zhu in Bishan County, used his identity as a member of the Liang party to rise up the ranks. In the end, he became the administrator of Lianhui Taoism and had a good relationship with Zhu Ying. When he rushed to Beiliang's Yuzhou to pay respects to his friend, Yang Gongshou suddenly saw a young woman in mourning clothes. She looked similar to the woman they had seen in Bishan County in their early years. The administrator, who had only revealed a little sadness in his friend's mourning hall, was suddenly overcome with sorrow and tears. Chapter 2030. At this very moment, the woman who had chased away the unknown lecher, with a broom sat under the eaves. That old woman quickly paid her a visit and began to ramble on and on again. However, compared to the trivial family matters from before, the old woman spoke more about the battle outside the pass that she had heard about. She said that the northern Mang barbarians were about to be unable to hold on much longer. Over at northern barbarian city in Liang province, they had fought from autumn last year to summer this year. Who knew how many barbarians had died? Once summer arrived, let alone launching a siege, just the mountains of corpses were difficult to deal with, making it even more difficult to endure. Pei Nanwei listened absent-mindedly. She was a bit sleepy and yawned. Suddenly, she saw the younger woman walk into the courtyard and sit down on the dirt steps at their feet. The old woman's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the younger woman lowered her head guiltily. Pei Nanwei had always been called an idiot by a certain someone, but as a woman from a wealthy family who could become the consort of a vassal king, she naturally wasn't stupid. It was just that there were too many things that she couldn't be bothered to care about. Probably because she was too bored, Pei Nanwei used her finger to poke the delicate woman's back and asked with a smile, "Something on your mind? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you." The delicate woman lowered her head even more. The old woman hurriedly stopped her. "Lady Pei, how could little Yang have anything on her mind? She's just a girl from a small family." Pei Nanwei smiled and said, "All right, she's still from a small family. Her roots belong to that woman from Mount Qingliang. Maybe she's even heard of that guy's name. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting here with Granny. Today, let's just pretend we're ordinary neighbors. There's no Dushui House, Eagle House, or Vassal King or Mount Qingliang. How about it? We'll just talk about some women's whispers. It's not a big deal. In any case, if the three of us don't say anything, no one will know. Little Yang, I'll just take your surname as Yang for now. Say it, if you like it, Sister Pei and Granny Zhao will help you plan it." The young woman raised her head and looked at the old woman uneasily. The old woman sighed and nodded. "Only this time, there's no next time." The former timidly said, "Sister Pei, I like." At this point, she couldn't say anything else. The old woman coldly snorted and said, "County Magistrate Yang Gongshou, he's just an embroidered pillow, yet he calls himself a poet and sword. Last year, he spent 26 taels of silver to hire someone in front of the prince and Lady Pei. You must be blind to take a fancy to this kind of aristocratic family descendant." The young woman pursed her lips, feeling a little resentful, but she didn't dare to refute. "This little Yang, little Yang, little Yang, little Yang, little Yang, little Yang. Little Yang, don't be scared by Granny Zhao. Although you're both surnamed Yang, if you're outside of Bailiang, especially in places like Gangnam-do where there are many scholarly families, it would be a bit troublesome." Why is that? Because in the past, Great Qin didn't mind marriages between people with the same surname. But after the Great Qin, people with the same surname didn't marry each other. It became an unwritten rule that the imperial court didn't care about, but scholars loved to care about. However, after the 8 kingdoms and the 10 great clans were gone, they didn't care too much about this. However, that county magistrate surnamed Yang is probably from a large family in the Central Plains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to come to Bailiang and wouldn't have been able to become a county magistrate so quickly. So, little Yang, if the elders in your family don't mind, it's best if you change your surname. She talked from surname marriages to the traditions of the large families in the Central Plains. Then she talked about the women fighting for favor in the courtyard. Finally, she talked about the fights between the houses within the high walls. She talked about the status of a mother because of her son, and those titled madams that were out of the reach of ordinary people. Pei Nanwei was, after all, a woman who had been carefully groomed by the prestigious Pei family. She explained the profound knowledge in simple terms. Not only were the young women listening attentively, but even the old woman, who had originally intended to listen for the time being, was also a little entranced. Pei Nanwei spoke in high spirits. The young woman's eyes lit up as she listened, and the old woman nodded repeatedly. In particular, Pei Nanwei taught the young woman step by step how to pretend to be a landowning woman whose family had declined. She taught her how to pay attention to the way she spoke, which books she should read, and how to hold back when talking with the man she liked. The 2 spies and men of sacrifice, who were of a great age difference, had their horizons broadened. They only felt that they were both women. That was because the woman named Pei Nanwei was a top-notch martial grandmaster. She was worthy of being the #1 person in the world who could make our prince walk with his hands on the wall. Pei Nanwei spoke in high spirits. She was about to talk about the most obscure matter in the woman's boudoir when a chestnut lightly hit the back of her head. A warm voice came from behind her. "There is no woman as shameless as you. Your man doesn't know the rules of the family." The two spies, one big and one small, were like they were struck by lightning. They suddenly stood up and quickly went to the bottom of the steps. They knelt on one knee and didn't even dare to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the ground. Other than the panic in their eyes, there was also respect from the bottom of their hearts and passion. 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Su Fengyan, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian. Not to mention that their lives were only 100 years. Pei Nanwei didn't turn her head in a fit of pique. That person squatted down beside her and smiled gently at the two Fu Shui elites in the courtyard. "Get up, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Don't be so reserved when you come here in the future. It's good to be like today. It won't be so lifeless." The two of them stood up and nodded. That person looked at the red-faced young man of sacrifice. "Yang Gongshou, right? Don't worry, I'll help you make connections. Later, I'll give you a landowning household identity. But for now, you need to stay in Bishan County." He nodded to the old woman. The latter understood tacitly and left the courtyard with the juniors of the Fu Shui house who had descended from the sky. Pei Nanwei still didn't turn her head. "Is the war over?" He sighed. Northern Barbarian City has been defended, and the northern Mang barbarians haven't suffered any serious injuries. Their remaining army of less than 200,000 has retreated without chaos, so I reckon we'll have to fight another battle. However, victory is already in our northern Liang's hands. I need to go to Jizhou Pass to see the old concubine of the old Eastern Yu. I also need to greet some people. I won't be at ease if others go. She turned abruptly, threw her arms around him, and hugged him to her bosom with all her might. Her eyes were red as she cried like a child. "I won't let you go." A muffled voice came from between her majestic breasts. "Then don't suffocate me to death here." Her face instantly turned red, and she fiercely pushed away the bastard who was still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of her. Su Fengyan was pushed away. He waved his sleeve and flicked it into the distance. Lu Yunzhang, who was squatting on the wall and watching the show, was hit in the forehead by the flick. He fell to the ground with a thud in the alley outside the courtyard. The young girl, Wang Xing, crossed her arms in front of her chest. She sneered when she saw the battered Lu Yunzhang stand up. Yu Dilong, who had met his master and the other two outside the town, had no choice but to return with them. He looked very conflicted and didn't dare to look at Wang Xing. Wang Xing hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Come with me to the town's restaurant to buy wine for master." Yu Dilong grunted and didn't think too much about it. Lu Yunzhang smiled evilly. "You two go buy wine. I'll help master keep an eye on this place to prevent assassins from sneaking up on us." Wang Sheng, who was carrying a sword and a case, reached out to hold the hilt of her sword. Lu Yunzhang raised his hands. Fine. I'm afraid of you." Yu Dilong was at a loss. Lu Yunzhang shook his head and sighed. "Earthworm Yu, why don't you get it?" Yu Dilong's aura changed. One-on-one. Lu Yunzhang felt a headache coming on. He really couldn't beat this earthworm. At this moment his master and mistress had already walked out of the courtyard. Wang Sheng's eyes hid some inexplicable joy. Pei Nanwei sent the four of them to the corner of the alley. Then she quickly turned and left. The four of them walked on the wheeled street. Only Yu Dilong, who originally needed to rush to Yuzhou, was leading his horse. Su Fengyan suddenly said, "Yu Dilong, there's a child named Go Yufang in Wudong Mountain. Be careful in the future." Yu Dilong was surprised. But Su Fengyan said playfully, "Xie Guanyin, Dong Tai, the first sage of the Zhang family, can be considered half his master. In the future, he might have to add half of Wudong's sect master, Li Yufu. Why do you think?" Yu Dilong responded indifferently. Clearly he didn't care much. Su Fengyan snorted. "Lu Yunzhang, I'm reminding you not to be up to no good. Do you remember?" Lu Yunzhang made a face and hugged the back of his head with both hands. "I know. Su Fengnian smiled. You will have opponents too. Lu Yunzhang immediately jumped up in joy. Who is it? Su Fengnian was baffled. Someone who might become the third strongest person in the world. Furthermore, he's younger than you. Su Fengnian's words came true. And the third strongest person in the world had always been in the hands of a woman who used a saber. Her surname was Tao. Su Fengnian looked back and shouted, in 3 or 4 years at most, we will go to Jiangnan together. In the alley, Pei Nanwei, who had been hiding in the same place and didn't leave, secretly raised the corner of her mouth. She spread out her arms, her fingertips gently touched the wall of the alley, and walked briskly to the small courtyard. Because she felt that it was only 3 or 4 years. At that time, she wouldn't be old. On the Guangling River, on a brightly lit yellow dragon ship, a man and a woman stood side by side on the bow of the ship to enjoy the scenery. The young man wearing the Liang king's robe whispered, "You have been wronged." The beautiful woman gently held his hand and shook her head. Her smile was gentle. The young king slammed the railing. This Song Li is too bold. Wait for this, king. She suddenly covered his mouth. Chapter 2031. The young king held her hand with a sad expression. He turned around and stared at her face that he never got tired of looking at. He squeezed out a smile. Don't worry, the Zhao Sun will not be so depressed. The 3 kings of Liang, Yanqi King Zhaobing, Shu King Chenjibao, and King of Jing and Zhao Sun joined forces to rebel. Among them, Zhaobing was the most infamous, Chenjibao was the most feared, and Zhao Sun was the most lamentable. Even if the court knew that Zhao Sun would be promoted to the throne by the other 2 kings in the future, there were still many civil officials of Liang who believed that the young king was forcibly imprisoned in the spring snow building and was a pitiful puppet used by Zhao and Qin to deceive the world. In fact, Great Peace City only guessed half right. Zhao Sun did not want to rebel, but it was false to say that Zhao Sun did not want to usurp the throne. The 2 kings of King of Jing, whose territory was located in the waste of the Central Plains, from Zhao Heng to Zhao Sun, always had the ambition to fight for the throne. This point the 2 kings of Bailiang knew. The previous emperor of Liang, Yuan Binshi, the blind man Lu Su, who used to be an advisor in the king's mansion. The current Nalin Yusi also knew. Zhao Sun regretted his unwillingness to believe that piece of paper. The handwriting on that piece of paper was not unfamiliar to him. It was the handwriting of the servant girl by the blind man's side. She wanted him, Zhao Sun, to quickly return to Jinggan Road after Wu Zhongshuan had quelled the battle at Guangling Road. But Zhao Sun wanted to personally take the woman beside him to enjoy the scenery of Guangling Road. He also wanted to build a good relationship with the generals and civil officials who were bound to rise in the court. So he decided to attend the celebration banquet in the spring snow building before leaving Guangling Road. Then there was the current situation. At first, Zhao Sun thought that it was a blessing in disguise because someone told him that they would help him, Zhao Sun, to become the emperor. No matter what the conspiracy was, Zhao Sun chose to believe it. After all, that person's words were more convincing than Yanqi King Zhaobing. The reason was simple. That person was called Nalin Yusi. It's just that recently Zhao Sun's life was very sullen and depressed. That General Song Li, who used to be from the Spring Snow House, was once the deputy Jidushi, whose rank was second only to Jidushi Lu Baijie and Administrator Wang Xiongui among all the Liang officials of the Guangling Dao. Now that he had made great contributions on the northern front, he was becoming more and more arrogant and domineering. Not long ago, he had boarded the ship and shamelessly asked for the woman beside him with a smile. Zhao Sun was so angry that he trembled, but in the end he did not say anything. Song Li did not dare to openly steal from the ship. This auspicious general who had been called a slave of 3 surnames, by Great Peace City didn't forget to kindly remind the young vassal before disembarking. With the old Wang Fei's age, no matter how beautiful she is, how many years can she have? Why don't you give her to me, Song Li, to keep a mistress? I will repay you in the future. Everyone knew that Guangling Road had a general surnamed Song. Not only was he the confidant of Guangling King Zhao Yi, but he was also called a blessing general by Zhao. He liked to collect the beauties of the world. After the restoration of West Chu, The army of the Liang imperial court finally breached West Chu's capital. Song Li naturally reaped a bountiful harvest. He sighed. Then it was Zhao Bing's army that took over this ill-fated city. Song Li, with the high position of Liang Jinan general, decisively chose to submit to the king of Yen. How could Song Li be empty-handed? It was rumored that even the king of Yen Jinan, Zhao Bing, had jokingly asked at a banquet, "General Song, do you need a residence to raise beauties?" Song Li, who was highly regarded, only replied with one sentence, which made all the men present gasp in admiration. "Both, the more the better." The king of Yen clapped his hands and cheered, promising on the spot, "I will not disappoint General Song in this lifetime. In the future, when the Rouge rankings of the Central Plains are released, there will be a beauty sent to the Song Fu." Also, Song Li was not just trusted by the king of Yen Jinan and had been given military power. Song Li and the king of Yen Jinan, His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu, were close and called each other brothers. Facing someone as popular as Song Li, how could Zhao Sun, who only had the title of king, respond? Zhao Sun frowned as he looked at the lights of the ships on the river. She reached out and smoothed his forehead. He smiled. "Let's go back to the cabin." The two returned to the luxurious residence that was shaped like a cage. There was a beautifully made carved clothes rack in the cabin. On the clothes rack, there was a magnificent yellow dragon robe. When Naylan Yusi came to visit, there was a maid holding a dragon robe beside the only surviving spring and autumn period strategist. During this time, the king of Liang, Zhao Sun, stroked the dragon robe again and again. His eyes were obsessed, and he silently counted the golden dragons. Tonight, he came to the clothes rack again and reached out to touch the golden dragons on the dragon robe. Finally, he even squatted down and touched the seawater river edge at the bottom. The young man suddenly raised his head and looked at her. He asked with a smile, "Do you know that there are only 8 golden dragons on this dragon robe? Why isn't the number 9 in the 9 and 5 venerated 9? She thought for a moment. The emperor is the real dragon son of heaven. Is the number 9 when he wears the dragon robe? He got up and laughed. He pinched her cheek and shook his head. "You are wrong. The last golden dragon is embroidered on the inner lapel. If you don't believe me, you can open the lapel and see." She hesitated for a moment. She still didn't touch the clothes that all men in the world dreamed of. Zhao Sun suddenly took off the dragon robe and asked the woman to stand still. Then, he helped her put on the dragon robe. She was stunned from the beginning to the end and didn't know what to do. After Zhao Sun meticulously helped the woman straighten the dragon robe, he stepped back a few steps. His eyes were red and he smiled softly. "I know that many people in Jingan Road scolded you as a female king. They said that you are a femme fatale, but I don't care." She wanted to say something but stopped. Zhao Sun let the tears flow. "I know you are not her. You're not her. I don't care who put you around me. I cared a lot at first, but now I don't care at all. But I like you. I just like you. Even if you change your face now, I still like you." Shu Xiong bit her lips, causing strands of blood to seep out. Zhao Sun suddenly smiled. He bowed and said softly, "Your husband greets his wife." The candles in the room were bright. She was wearing a dragon robe, like a woman wearing a wedding dress. She slowly curtsied and said in a graceful voice, "Your Majesty." It was on the Guangling River and in the Yellow Dragon Fortress ship. Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yanqi, was sitting on an embroidered stool and drinking. Although the old man did not wear a king's robe or iron armor, he had accumulated great power. In fact, among the many princes of Liang who participated in the fight for the throne, Zhao Bing's military achievements were the most prominent. He deserved to be the first person of the Zhao family. It was said that Zhao Bing was on his way to the king's residence. When he crossed the Guangling River south, he looked north and asked the counselor beside him with a smile, "Zhao Yi, king of Guangling, Zhao Heng, king of Jing'an, Zhao Ying, king of Huainan, and Zhao Sui, king of Jiaodong. Do these guys have half of my military function?" A handsome middle-aged man leaned against the window and looked sideways at the surging river. He held the cup with 3 fingers and twirled it gently. Zhao Bing sighed heavily and said helplessly, "Sir, can't you let go of those 2 bastards? At least let them live." Anyway, they can't make waves in the future. Nalin Yusi did not turn his head and said indifferently, "Bastards? Both of them are your sons. Why are you scolding yourself?" Zhao Bing was speechless. Nalin Yusi continued, "The two sons of the king of Yanqi deliberately leaked military secrets to Great Peace City. They almost let His Royal Highness die in the southern battlefield of the capital. Not to mention the two sons, even if their father dares to do this, I will beat him to death." Zhao Bing rolled his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "I'm scared of you." Nalin Yusi finally turned his head and said seriously, "Do you want an only son who can sit firmly on the dragon throne, or do you want to be a tattered founding emperor of a second fallen country after wearing the dragon robe for a few years?" Zhao Bing waved his hand as if he had a headache and said, "Sir, you have the final say. Damn it, I can only win against you once in my life." Nalin Yusi smiled and asked, "Then I can send the order to bring 2 cups of wine for the child to drink?" Zhao Bing's face immediately became awkward. He lowered his head and said nothing. Nalin Yusi did not force the king to make an immediate decision. He turned his head and looked out of the window again. He seemed to be talking to himself. In the end, even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. If you don't hesitate about this kind of thing, I, Nalin Yusi, will not help you to this step today. Of course, I won't live until now. Zhao Bing put down the wine cup, clenched his fists, and exhaled heavily. "Do as you say. I, Zhao Bing, will pretend that I have never had these 2 sons." Nalin Yusi nodded. "You have such a good son like Zhao Zhu. You should be satisfied. Look at the son of the old king of Jing and Zhao Heng, Zhao Sun, who dreams of being the emperor. In the end, he can't even protect the woman he loves. Look at the son of the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, Su Fengyan." The first half of the words was very heartwarming, but the second half of the sentence? Zhao Bing couldn't help laughing and scolding. "Stop, stop. Aren't you insulting me? You scholars are full of bad ideas." Nalin Yusi laughed it off. Zhao Bing's mood improved a little, and he softly advised, "The river breeze is strong and Sir's body is. In short, don't stand at the window to be blown by the wind." Nalin Yusi sat back on the stool, poured a glass of wine for Zhao Bing, and said slowly, "The most interesting thing about the ancient people is that most of them have a heart-wrenching story. It's a pity that the most famous rouge, the red cheeks, is a tribute. People can't buy it even if they have money. It's a pity that the female in the flower sculpture, Erhong, in fact, is not delicious at all." Chapter 2032. Zhao Bing took the wineglass and drank the new Erhong that was said to have been buried under the ground for more than 10 years. He thought deeply and said, "This wine is not good to drink." Nalin Yusi sighed. "The use of scholars is to drink, eat, read, write, and pass down all the interesting things of the ancient people." Zhao Bing asked, "What about people like me and Lame Su?" Nalin Yusi smiled and said, "You guys, the only use of making the life of a scholar so comfortable is to prevent the scholar from getting carried away and forgetting his roots." Zhao Bing reached out and picked up a piece of marinated beef on the side dish, chewed it slowly, and nodded after a long silence. "It tastes good." Nalin Yusi said straightforwardly, "Don't pretend to know when you don't know. It's been almost 30 years, but you still can't change your habit of eating shit." Zhao Bing didn't care and laughed. "I'm exposed by you again." Thinking back to that year, the two first met in the capital of Liang. At that time, Liang was still just a corner of the northern barbarian country, and Zhao Bing was just one of the many princes with low prestige. At that time, there were 4 people present, and 3 of them were familiar with each other. Prince Zhao Bing, surplus General Su Shao, poor scholar Li Yishan, and Nalin Yusi. Among the 4, Nalin Yusi, who was born in a rich family, was the most famous. Zhao Bing and Su Shao were far inferior. As for Li Yishan, he couldn't be compared with them. At that gathering, after drinking too much, Zhao Bing stepped on the bench and laughed loudly. "If I knew that drinking is going to piss, I would have drunk piss at the beginning." Then Nalin Yusi, who was as elegant as an immortal, sneered, "If I knew that eating is going to shit, why not eat shit at the beginning?" Zhao Bing couldn't sit still and fell to the ground. Zhao Bing only remembered that Su Shao gave a thumbs up to Nalin Yusi at that time, and Li Yishan shook his head and didn't say anything. At this time this year, 2 of the 4 people had died. Fortunately, the 2 people who were alive were not only alive, but they could also sit and drink together. Zhao Bing looked at this strategist who was still as attractive as ever and said gently, "Sir, the greatest fortune of Zhao Bing's life is to have you by my side for 30 years. This strategist of the spring and autumn period had never married or had children. No matter what Nalin Yusi's original intention was, Zhao Bing, the king of Yanqi, knew that if Mr. Nalin had a son, there would be many changes in the world in the future. Just like when Su Xiao had the eldest son, there was immediately the white clothes case in the capital. Zhao Bing might not be as ruthless as the old emperor, but he would definitely feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Zhao Bing also poured a cup of wine for Nalin Yusi. Lu Shengxiang has a young military general called Guodongfeng under his command. He is quite troublesome. Even Zhang Dingyuan and Gu Ying suffered losses. Nalin Yusi smiled and said, "Only you, Zhao Bing, can have a great general, but Liang can't have a good general?" Nanjiang infantry generals Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, Yuanzhou general Yi Xiufeng, Hezhou general Liang Yu, and Wu Zhongshuan's subordinates Tang He and Li Chunyu were all capable generals. Adding on Song Li Yuan Tingshan, Qi Shens, and a large group of surrendered generals of the imperial court, as well as Dian Xiongnan, Wei Fuqing, and the others under the white-clothed soldier saint, it was definitely enough to take down that great city of Liang. On the other hand, the young child Zhao Zhuan only had Lu Xingxiang, Tang Taizuang, Su Gong, Yang Huchen, and the others under his command. Of course, there were other people in Great City who knew how to manage and use troops, and there were definitely many of them. However, they might not have the chance to lead troops. For example, Changshan Commandery Prince Zhao Yang, Duke Yengao Shizhi, and Marquis Huayang Song Downing. Pursuing the world, the general situation was the most important. Crossing the Guangling River in one go was the general situation. Roping in the king of Jing and Zhao Sun was the general situation. Successfully instigating Wu Zhongshuan was the general situation. In reality, in this process, the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, had not used up many soldiers. However, anyone with eyes would know that the general situation of the world was leaning towards him. Of course, the true great battles and bitter battles still had to be fought. If one wanted to take over the world in the end, especially when it came to rebellion, there was no such thing as a one-time and permanent deal. Even after sitting on the dragon throne, it could be repeated for a dozen years. However, Nalin Yusi had already given a plan to deal with all of this. He might not have been able to take care of everything, but Zhao Bing was not as the outside world said. He was just a mediocre vassal king who was like a marionette. His title of vassal king was only less valuable than Su Zhao's title. To put it bluntly, if Zhao Bing could still lose after Mr. Nalin had created this great situation, he might as well eat shit. Zhao Bing suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Are we really going to let Chen Zhibao lead an army of 80,000 to attack Jizhou?" After Chen Zhibao rushed to the Central Plains, he had a total of 60,000 Western Shu soldiers. This time, Zhao Bing gave the white-clothed war saint 20,000 elite cavalry, and it was a well-deserved 20,000 elite cavalry. Nalin Yusi said calmly, in this world, there is no place for him. There is not even a place for him to stand." Zhao Bing frowned and said, "May I ask, sir, why do you think so?" Nalin Yusi did not answer the question. What was the scene in the temple of Liang before Zhang Julu died? Zhao Bing drank slowly and pondered carefully. Finally, he raised his head and laughed at himself. "I don't quite understand, but since you said so, I think so." Nalin Yusi sighed and said with a complicated expression, "Zhao Bing, there are so many heroes in the world, but why did you get the world in the end? There is a reason." Zhao Bing grinned and asked, "Sir, are you praising me?" Nalin Yusi said angrily, "There is no wine." Zhao Bing stood up and said softly, "Rest early, the situation is settled, sir, don't worry too much. This king will return to Great Peace City with you." Nalin Yusi nodded his head. After the king of Yen walked out of the cabin, he said to the 5 beautiful maids outside the room, "Take good care of sir." Dongyue, Western Shu, Fengdu, 3 corpses, Qinglu. The 5 maids accepted the order softly. After Zhao Bing walked out a few steps, he turned his head and reminded a woman, "Cheng Lu, quickly go in and add a fur coat for Sir." The maid smiled sweetly and quickly left to get the precious marten fur coat that the vassal king ordered someone to send over not long ago. When Nailan Yusi walked out of the room with a pot of wine, the maid Cheng Lu brought the marten fur coat. After putting it on, he walked to the deck of the ship with the 5 maids and walked to the railing at the bow of the ship. Nailan Yusi held the pot in front of him with one hand and one hand behind his back. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "A Zhang Julu, seeking his own death. Half a Gu Jiantang, desperate. Next is Chen Jibao, and finally you, Su Fengyan." The maid who had been to Baoyang's north rejecting city asked softly, "Sir, do you want to go to the northwest and see?" Nailan Yusi shook his head and said, "No need." After a long silence, there was only the sound of the river. He suddenly threw the wine pot in his hand into the Guangling River and then said, "Call Lin Hongyuan over from the Spring Snow Building." About 3 hours later, Lin Hongyuan of the Southern Border Dragon Palace came to the ship. Nailan Yusi had already returned to the cabin. After Lin Hongyuan closed the door, he gestured for the woman to sit opposite him. Lin Hongyuan sat upright. Nailan Yusi smiled. "Are you full of guilt for deceiving the person you love?" Lin Hongyuan suddenly blushed and defended, "Sir, I don't like." Nailan Yusi said softly, "Whether you like or not, you will know soon, but the feelings above like may not be known immediately. You are still young and it may take many years to know. If you like someone else during this period, it's another story." Lin Hongyuan was at a loss of what to do, and his heart trembled with fear. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, in the restaurant, the conspiracy that dragged many people into the water, the interlocking encounter and assassination, was from the layout of the palace master of the Dragon Palace. To be precise, it was Mr. Nailan sitting opposite her. It was not only aimed at the young king but also at the young prince. It was not to kill, but to destroy the heart. Nailan Yusi seemed a little tired and said in a low voice, "Lin Hongyuan, if there is a chance in the future, go and apologize to that person, not only for yourself, but also for me, Nailan Yusi." Nailan Yusi repeated softly, "If there is a chance." Lin Hongyuan left the ship in a daze. Finally, Nailan Yusi let the 5 maids walk into the room and smiled softly, "Don't think about the empress. After all, there is Zhang Gaoxia, but according to the law of Liang, there are 4 imperial concubines in the harem. Among you, who doesn't want to be the imperial concubine, take a step forward." Nailan Yusi didn't ask who wanted to be the imperial concubine, but asked who didn't want to be the imperial concubine. This was directly to the people's heart. The 5 of them all took a step forward. Almost at the same time. Almost. Only one person was a little slow. Nailan Yusi didn't point out anything. He just smiled and said, "Sir knows, you all go down." Since the 4 silly girls were not willing to be the caged bird, then it was her. However, Nailan Yusi also knew that she wasn't the smartest among the 5. She really wanted to be the imperial concubine. It was nothing more than that she was afraid that someone would unscrupulously settle accounts in the future after the death of her childless husband. Prince Zhao Zhu and Emperor Zhao Zhu. There would be 2 people. This couldn't be blamed on Zhao Zhu. His Royal Highness's temperament was actually kind enough. Even if Su Fengyan became the emperor, it was the same. Nailan Yusi lay on the table with sleepy eyes. He felt a little distressed for her. In the love between men and women in the world, after the love was deep, the one who lived longer would often be more painful. Nailan Yusi slowly closed his eyes and whispered a name. Ishan. The heroic women in the world only hated themselves for being a woman. But I, Nailan Yusi, only hated myself for being a man. The word love, I don't know where it starts and where it rests. I don't know where it starts and where it ends. I don't know where it ends. I don't know what you know. I don't know where to stop. The autumn wind was chilly. In the northeast area of the rich Gangnam-do and the barren Lianhuai Road, more than a dozen horses stopped at a mountaintop. Chapter 2033. Dian Xiongzong and Wei Fuqing, one of the 4 fangs of Baoyang in the past, were among them. The rider between the 2 was a young general who had followed them to Shu. A white-clothed man was holding a famous spear, plum wine. The rider beside the white-clothed war saint was His Royal Highness, Zhao Zhu. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Your Highness, I won't send you off." Qin Zhibao only nodded. He squeezed the horse's belly and rode ahead, following the mountain ridge to the north. Dian Xiongzong and Wei Fuqing followed closely behind. The two smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. The young general's face was full of tears, but he did not speak from beginning to end. Zhao Zhu sighed and winked at the young cavalry general. "Che Yi, why do I feel like I'm a hedonistic son who forcefully snatches a woman? It feels very sinful." The young man named Che Yi snorted coldly. Very quickly he regained his rigid and stiff face. He was indeed worthy of being called the Little King of Shu in the Western Shu sect. He had learned all of Qin Zhibao's teachings. Zhao Zhu was quite fond of this fellow. He could not help it. Not only was he handsome, but he was also fierce in leading troops into battle. Even his trusted generals, Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, and the others were convinced by him. How could Zhao Zhu not be moved by such a talent? Thus, when Qin Zhibao decided to leave him with Che Yi. After Che Yi left him, Zhao Zhu almost wanted to set off a few firecrackers to celebrate. Regardless of whether it was at Laziku on the border between western Shudao's Wushou and northern Liang's Lingzhou, or following Qin Zhibao in charging and breaking through enemy lines in Guangling Dao, or attacking Lu Xingxiang's army earlier, Che Yi had displayed astonishing talent in troop movement. He was ruthless and accurate. He had a talent that could only be explained by intuition. Thus, Zhao Zhu often joked, "Che Yi, if you are willing to betray the Prince of Shu, I will let you be the #1 general under my command for 100 years. Che Yi stayed behind. Following His Royal Highness, Crane Province's General Yang Yu and Yuanzhou's General Yi Xiufeng, both of whom felt very gratified. Zhao Zhu turned his head to look at the tall and handsome young woman. He chuckled and said, "Gao Xia, I told you I will definitely take you into Great Peace City. When the time comes, don't forget that vow." Zhang Gaoxia, whose ears were red, said expressionlessly, "Wait until you enter Great Peace City." Zhang Gaoxia was the daughter of Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who had fled after his death. The two martial Dao grandmasters who had stayed by Zhao Zhu's side after leaving Martial Emperor City, Gong Bonk and the female fist grandmaster Linya, smiled at each other. After interacting for a long time, the two of them were very satisfied with this king of Yanqi, His Royal Highness. He was both a hero and an ambitious person. To put it simply, he was a wise ruler. If a scholar does not tire of learning, he can become a saint. If a wise ruler does not tire of people, he can become powerful. Zhao Zhu glanced at the silent rider out of the corner of his eye. Compared to Liang Yu, Linya, and the others who were approaching in 2s and 3s, this person seemed very out of place. His surname was Jiang. However, Mr. Nalin's words revealed the truth. This person of the Jianghu called Jiang Fuding was actually the illegitimate son of Li Yangdi Shiyuan Benshi. Zhao Zhu only knew that the fist grandmaster Linya and he were old acquaintances. Even a blind person could see that the proud female grandmaster had a strange feeling when compared to Jiang Fuding, who was 10 years younger than her. However, for some reason, the two of them were clearly in love with each other but were not willing to break through that layer of paper. Even Zhao Zhu felt anxious for them. Several times he spoke up for them but did not have a good ending. Once, he was gently punched in the face by Linya, who flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then, his face was bruised and swollen for half a year. At that time, as long as he, Zhao Zhu, appeared in the military, there would be a military general who knew him well. Who would have thought that the situation would be so tragic? His Royal Highness is fighting so hard on the front lines. I only hate that I can't share His Royal Highness' burdens. I can't make a name for myself on the battlefield. I can't escape the death penalty. Every time he was teased by those boorish men, the young His Royal Highness would laugh and pull him along. Among them, the handsome general, Gu Ying, only had a young son and no daughter. Logically speaking, he should be able to escape this calamity. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Crown Prince earnestly said, "With father-in-law Gu's appearance and bearing, I, Zhao Zhu, will bear with it for a while." Wait for a while. It's not impossible for that child to be 4 or 5 years old. His Royal Highness, whose bruises were almost healed, was punched again. Gu Ying, Zhang Dingyuan, and Liang Yu Yixiufeng, who followed Zhao Zhu here, and even Tang He, Li Chunyu, who used to be Wu Zhongshuan's subordinates, as long as they were generals of Nanjiang, they all admired His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu very much. Nalin Yusi once had a conclusion about this young man. The winter is warm but not scorching. Who wouldn't like it? Therefore, although Zhao Zhu was the legitimate son of King Yanqi, Zhao Bing, he was not the eldest son. However, when Nanjiang was conferred the title of Crown Prince, Zhao Bing did not choose his elder brother, nor was he the youngest son who was most doted on by the princess. Zhao Zhu sighed softly in his heart. He actually had a grudge against Jiang Fuding. Because no matter if it was in the Jianghu or the court, this person had a deep grudge against that person. But after Jiang Fuding had arrived, Mr. Nalin had jokingly said to Zhao Zhu in private how high His Royal Highness' position can be in the future, and how high Jiang Fuding's position is under your command can be determined by a single leaf. Why don't you consider it yourself? In the end, Nalin Yusi asked straightforwardly, in the future, if you face the south in Great Pea City, can you tolerate Yuan Tingshan, Jean Lanting, and the like to rise under your eyes? At the time, Zhao Zhu did not give an answer. It was unknown whether he was unwilling or unable. Maybe he was afraid he would disappoint Mr. Nalin. But maybe he was more afraid he would disappoint himself. Zhao Zhu sat silently on the back of the horse and looked towards the northwest. It was not just because the three grandmasters of Nanjiang, Cheng Baishuang, Mao Shulang, and Ji Lu, had all stood in the same place that year. There had once been a person of the same age who would call him a little beggar. On the top of the mountain, Linya and Gong Bonk also looked into the distance. Their sect brothers, Yu Groom and Lu Huang, were there. While eldest Shixiang Groom was still alive, Lu Huang had died in the great battle at North Jiebei City. Jiang Fuding was the same. His best friend, the late Emperor Zhao Dun's illegitimate son, Zhao Kai, had died at the hands of that young vassal king. His father, on the other hand, had spent most of his life opposing that vassal king's father. The grudges between the two generations had yet to be resolved cleanly. Che Yi was not an exception. He was born in Beimang, but he had once fought alongside that white-clothed war saint as one of the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry outside the pass. Liang Yu and Yi Xiufeng also looked in that direction. As generals, how could they not yearn for that kind of soul-stirring battlefield? For thousands of years, the cavalry battle outside the Northwest Pass was unique. Zhao Zhu slowly retracted his gaze and turned to ask in a loud voice, Mr. Jiang, the letter from Gumusu Shi has almost reached Su Gong's hands, right? Jiang Fuding nodded. Zhao Zhu suddenly flipped off his horse. Under everyone's gaze, he squatted down and pulled out a nameless grass that was half yellow and half green. As he chewed, he laughed. If the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject is disloyal. If the father wants the son dead, the son is unfilial. Now it's up to this Jadushi to see if loyalty comes first or filial piety comes first. Then Zhao Zhu bared his teeth and said, Yang Huchen and Han Fong, these two generals of Jizhou, are too shameless. They directly put Ma Zhongxian and Wen Tai, who treated them with respect, under house arrest. They seized the military power of Jingan Road and occupied the Central Plains in one go. This is a bit of a headache. If there's a chance, I must find them for a drink. Arm in arm, Yan Huan. Zhao Zhu liked to make friends with people he was familiar with. Those he was more familiar with, he would even put his arm around their shoulders. He never cared about their status. Zhao Zhu raised his head and smiled at everyone. Wait for me at the foot of the mountain. It'll take at most an hour. In the end, only Zhang Gaoxia stayed. The others rode down the mountain. Zhang Gaoxia stood beside the squatting young crown prince and said gently, Are you afraid that you'll fall out with his brother in the future? Zhao Zhu curled his lips. That guy is such a magnanimous person. He won't haggle over every little thing with me, right? Perhaps he was asking himself, or perhaps he was asking Zhang Gaoxia, whom he had a crush on, or perhaps he was asking that person across thousands of mountains and rivers. Zhao Zhu simply sat cross-legged and raised his head. He said softly, If you're really angry, just hit me twice. I promise I won't fight back. But I'm a little beggar. When the time comes, I'll be an emperor. Us brothers can just fight in private. Zhang Gaoxia lowered her head and looked. It was hard to imagine that such a tenacious young man would reveal such a weak attitude. At this moment, she seemed to truly understand this man called Zhao Zhu. She squatted down and gently wiped away his tears. She had never known how to comfort others, so she could only say, "I'll always be by your side in the future." The young man grunted in agreement. The world was not peaceful. Chapter 2034. Fortunately, Huxang City was an important town in the northern part of the state of Aquarius. Since it had not been affected by the raging war and the influx of nobles from the south to the north, Huxang City showed a morbidly prosperous scene. The collapse of the southern dynasty was imminent. Most of the people in Norland were nomads from the grasslands. Beimang dynasty's household registration system had also collapsed by more than half. It did not matter whether one had a travel permit or not. In troubled times, having real money was more useful than anything else. If one wanted to enter a city to seek protection, regardless of one's identity, one had to pay a huge toll. The toll was often directly related to the height of the city walls. At this time, a man who looked like a scholar from the southern dynasty was walking slowly in the crowd. He did not have any servants to escort him. His ivory white satin robe had long been covered in dust. The passers-by on the street were not surprised. Countless descendants of noble families in the southern dynasty looked like a phoenix that had lost its feathers. On the way to escape, many beautiful concubines and maids had been personally handed over to the powerful nobles in Norland with both hands. This unkempt man had neither a sword nor a saber. However, if one had the leisure to look at him carefully, a woman of a certain age who was more familiar with the affairs of men and women might be able to see that this man had shaved off his beard and had an extremely handsome face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Today, Beimang was full of a culture of taking pleasure in the face of disaster. Taking advantage of the fall of the noble families in the southern dynasty, many rich women in Norland who liked to keep male companions had reaped a lot of benefits. No one knew how many young men in the southern dynasty had become their playthings. For example, at this time, a carriage pulled by two majestic horses opened the curtain, revealing the face of a woman who was not even a middle-aged woman. Her eyes wandered around like an eagle hunting its prey. After a round, she chose two weak scholars who were walking together. As she pointed at them, the burly maid in the carriage quickly went to solve the problem for her master. She called the leader of the 8 squires and whispered a few words in a low voice. The knight nodded and galloped wildly. He broke through the crowd without any scruples and arrived in front of the 2 panicking young men. The burly knight sat high on the horse and gently twirled his saber. The 2 men were so scared that their faces turned white. When the knight bluntly stated the identity and intentions of his master, he pointed the tip of his saber at the carriage. The 2 young men hesitated for a moment. The knight sneered and pulled out his saber, rubbing the tip of his saber with 2 fingers. The 2 men quickly accepted their fate and followed the knight from the general's residence to the carriage. After sitting in the carriage, they were embarrassed because they had humiliated their family, but also relieved because they had sold their bodies for safety. The woman who was still holding the curtain glanced at them and the corners of her mouth curled up. Thin arms and thin legs. Although their arms were not necessarily as thick as hers, this was the taste of a scholar after all. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the slender figure that she could not let go of after catching a glimpse of him. She hesitated whether she should take in another male pet. However, the slightly crowded carriage made her dispel the idea. When the carriage passed by the man again, she thought for a moment. Since she did not have such thoughts for the time being, she felt that she should not let the jealous women in the city take advantage of her. What if this man accidentally became a guest in their house? How awkward would that be? No one could get what she did not want. Therefore, she asked the burly maid to pass a message to the squires to kill the man who looked quite comfortable a moment ago. In troubled times, human lives were not as cheap as dogs in peaceful times. Life and death were only between some people's thoughts. As the wife of a general with real power, she put down the curtain and pricked up her ears, waiting for the pleasant sound of a sword piercing the chest or simply chopping off the head. If it was only because her husband was one of the generals of the Aquarius state, She naturally would not dare to be so unreasonable. However, since her husband was sitting in this position because of her family's noble surname, there were not many people in Wuxia City who dared to make irresponsible remarks about her kidnapping a few refugees on the street and accidentally killing a few untouchables. However, after waiting for a moment, she did not hear the pleasant sound she expected. She lifted the curtain in confusion. The centurion of the personal guard returned to the window and bowed with a shocked expression. "Madam, that guy suddenly disappeared." The woman said angrily, "He actually escaped? How can that guy's 2 legs be faster than the 4 legs of a warhorse?" The centurion's fear was not because of the woman's anger, but because of his own strange encounter. He explained in a panic, "Madam, I've already rushed in front of that person and slashed him with my saber, but that guy just disappeared into thin air." The woman frowned and muttered, "Did I see a ghost in broad daylight? Could it be a martial arts master who hides his strength? It doesn't make sense. Our Beimang Jianghu masters are almost completely wiped out in Beiyang. Even if there are fish that escape the net, they would either continue to serve in the army or be recruited by the big families of the southern dynasties as guards." Although the woman and her family were the best among the local forces of the Aquarius state, they were not so arrogant as to provoke those legendary people who flew around. Although there were not many details of the peak battles at the border of Liangmang where the masters from both sides were sent out, it made the world finally understand a bloody truth. On the battlefield, one person who could fight against 10,000 people might not be able to determine the direction of a large-scale battle. However, if 2 or 3, or even 10 martial arts masters appeared together, the 20 to 30,000 Beimang cavalry would not be enough to kill them. Even if the army of 200,000 wanted to take a step forward, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky. It could be said that the woman who was associated with the prosperity of Beimang had a gloomy face. She cursed the stubbornness of the Beiyang barbarians, especially the king of Beiyang who made Beimang suffer a lot. When the woman decided to keep the peace, she waved her hand to signal the loyal centurion not to pursue the matter and put down the curtain. Suddenly, she felt a strange breeze. Not only the woman, but also the sturdy maid and the 2 scholars who were like sheep in a tiger's den were stunned. Only then did the woman realize that there was an uninvited guest sitting beside her. Her chest heaved up and down violently. She turned her head with difficulty and saw that it was the strange man who was travel-worn but could not hide his temperament. The woman sitting on the embroidered stool was indeed a woman from a wealthy family. Even if she clenched her fists and trembled slightly, she still squeezed out a smile. She raised her hand to stop the maid who was trying to protect her after she came back to her senses. She smiled and said, "Sir, are you robbing me of my wealth or my body? No matter which it is, with your courage and spirit that I am deeply impressed by, even if you are robbing me of both, I will accept my fate." The man smiled and said softly, "I'm sorry to disappoint Madame Shintu. I only want the map of the 2 cities of Wuxia and Stone Tablet. I want it to be very detailed." The woman smiled coquettishly and asked, "Sir, are you a Beiyang spy? I am a coward. If I am accused of colluding with the Beiyang, my entire family will be wiped out." The man's expression seemed to be a little impatient, but his tone was still kind. He said, "My time is very precious. I believe that Madame Shintu's life is also very precious. If you can't produce the map in an hour, I don't mind." The woman pretended to be a little woman and patted her chest, interrupting the man's words. She said pitifully, "I'm scared to death. Master, you're a hero with an indomitable spirit. Why do you have to make things difficult for a weak woman? Of course, these 2 maps aren't that important to this servant. As long as you go to this servant's residence." The next moment, the woman who was trying to avoid the topic could not say another word. Her head and body were stuck to the back wall of the carriage like a thin piece of paper that was nailed into the wall. Her face quickly turned from red to pale and then to ashen. She was like a fish that had been pulled ashore, her life hanging by a thread. The female servant had already fainted and was lying limply on the ground like mud. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. The remaining 2 young men who had escaped from Dragon Waste Province to Wuxia City were as silent as cicadas in winter. They tried their best to keep their mouths shut, afraid that they would anger this demon of unknown origin with a single breath. They saw that the man was absent-minded and in a daze, as if he was feeling something. He was then slightly disappointed. When he came back to his senses, he said calmly to the woman, "Perhaps I didn't make it clear earlier. My time is actually much more precious than Madame Shintu's life. If you blink, I will take it that you agree to hand over the 2 maps. I will count to 3. If I don't get an answer, then you will be carried into the general's residence today." The woman who was about to suffocate to death used the last of her energy to blink. Only today did she know that it was so difficult for a person to blink. The truth that made her feel the most despair was another matter. Her true life-saving talisman was not the arrogant 8 horsemen retainers on the surface, but the old coachman who did not show his strength. He was a true second-grade master. However, the coachman did not notice the change in the carriage. During this time, she intentionally or unintentionally raised her voice and flirted with the man beside her. Logically speaking, with the old man's second-grade realm, he should have known what was happening behind him. However, the carriage was still moving forward steadily. Could it be that this man who looked less than 30 years old was a first-grade master? Was there such a person in the Beimang Jianghu? The Beimang Jianghu was not like the Liang Jianghu that was far away from the imperial court. There were no secrets to speak of. The man who was sitting cross-legged did not move. The woman, who was the first daughter of the Shintu family, was able to breathe again. The man calmly said, "Madame Shintu, your coachman was once a second-grade complete martial artist. He used a knife with his left hand. Unfortunately, his organs were severely injured when he was about 40 years old. All these years, he had been nourished with the Dao de Sec's precious medicine to maintain his second-grade realm. Am I wrong?" Chapter 2035. The woman's expression was unsettled. She treated him as an enemy of the Shintu family clan that had been lurking for many years. He knew her family well, or else how could he expose the old coachman's background? The man said with a sarcastic smile, "The reason why I'm saying this is to tell Madame Shintu something. If you cause trouble and delay my time, it really won't be difficult to wipe out a small general's residence." The woman sucked in a cold breath. She sat up straight and removed all pretense. She turned her head and asked in a deep voice, "Sir, do you really only want 2 maps? You won't kill me, and you won't kill anyone in the city?" The man nodded and then closed his eyes to rest. The carriage stopped outside the general's residence. Madame Shinta had planned to let the old coachman retrieve the maps while she remained in the carriage as a hostage. However, the strange man was conceited enough to let her get out of the carriage. He only needed a servant to bring the maps, and did not even need her to appear again. The woman could not help but be speechless. She told the 2 weak scholars who were supposed to be the new male companions to scram. She silently walked into the residence, and in less than 5 minutes, returned with 2 rolls of Beimang military maps. She respectfully handed them to the man who was still sitting in the carriage. The latter opened the maps and looked through them carefully. Madame Shinta gathered her courage and secretly sized up the man. His face had a softer outline than the men of Beimang and Norland, but compared to the men of Jiangnan in the Central Plains, he had more edges. Therefore, he could be considered handsome, but at the same time, he did not give off a feminine feeling. Especially his beautiful phoenix eyes, when he squinted to look at the maps, they were especially captivating. After the man finished looking at the maps, he closed his eyes and went through them in his mind. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he opened his eyes and handed them back to the woman. He smiled and said, "Madame Shintu is very trustworthy." The 40 or so private soldiers in the residence did not make any secret movements. "I don't have anything to thank Madame for lending me the maps, but I believe there will be opportunities to express my gratitude in the future." The woman felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, when she left her man's study, she decided to avoid trouble. Otherwise, today would have been the death anniversary of many people in the residence. Just as she was feeling emotional, the man suddenly disappeared like a land immortal. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "It is said that the king of Bailiang is not only one of the best masters in the world, but also very handsome. I think this young master is not too far off from the king of Bailiang, right?" If she knew that this man was the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, she would have been scared to death. At first, Su Fengnian was searching for a needle in a haystack within the borders of the northern Ming and southern dynasty. However, he soon realized that he and Sweet Potato's child might not have chosen to go south to avoid disaster. Instead, they might have gone the other way and entered the Norland first. Then, they would have waited patiently and looked for an opportunity to die peacefully. But even if the child was really in Norland, he did not know whether the child was on the prairie or in a city. Su Fengnian could only rely on his remaining intuition to search. It was very likely that everything would be in vain. In fact, if he searched Huxiao City and Stone Tablet City, even if he still could not find the child, he would have to return. Perhaps the child was no longer alive. But this was actually the most likely, maybe. Su Fengnian did not dare to think about it. He did not dare to think about it. Su Fengnian strolled around Huxiao City, stopping every now and then. One moment, he could be standing under the eaves of a secluded restaurant, looking at the people on the street. The next moment, he could be in an alley where children's laughter could be heard. Then, he could be standing on the roof of an inconspicuous building. From the scorching sun at noon to the setting sun, until dusk came, Su Fengnian sat on the steps of a dilapidated ancient temple in a poor market in the northwest corner of Huxiao City. Along the way, he had hoped thousands of times and been disappointed thousands of times. Even so, he had not given up hope. Su Fengnian told himself that his child must be waiting for him somewhere. Waiting for him, the father who had wronged them so much. The ancient temple behind him had been abandoned for many years. It did not exude any Buddhist aura. All that was left was a gloomy light. There was a large open space in front of the temple. Su Fengnian was about to stand up when he saw a group of children running towards him. Some of them were 3 or 4 years old, while others were 7 or 8 years old. They were all dressed in the most ordinary Beimang clothes. They were carefree and most of them were holding low-quality bamboo paper kites made by their parents. 7 or 8 children were playing kite fighting. In the Jiangnan region of the Central Plains, children, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, also liked to fly kites. However, they were all flying kites, unlike this group of children who were playing kite fighting. It was enough to show the bravery that flowed in Beimang's bones. The kites in the children's hands were long and thin boards. They were tied from the back into tiles. The drawings were simple and crude. The strings were not tied to the tails, but to the strings. They were released into the air by running and the strong wind. They buzzed and dashed left and right, colliding with other kites. If they were entangled, they would cut each other's strings. The loser could only watch as the kites fell far away and then scampered to pick them up. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the kite fighting in the sky. He was lost in thought. A few kites had already fallen from their strings. A child cried out and ran to look for them. Unfortunately, the kite was hanging high on a branch. He cried his heart out under the tree. Half an hour later, it was time to eat. Amidst the shouting of their parents, the children gradually dispersed. The winners of the kite fighting were like generals returning victorious from the battlefield. The losers were disheartened and wanted to go back and steal some more strings from their parents. In the twilight, Su Fengnian stared blankly at a large open space. Then, a burst of light footsteps broke the silence. In the distance, a short and thin figure was bouncing over, carrying a slightly damaged kite in his hand. About 7 or 8 feet away from the stairs, the slovenly child stopped. It turned out to be a little charcoal girl about 4 or 5 years old. Her little face was dirty. Other than the kite, there were also some withered leaves picked up from somewhere. She was most likely a child beggar. She stared at the obstacle sitting on the stairs and revealed a fleeting sense of wariness. However, she quickly recovered her cheerful and bouncing posture. She stepped past Su Fengnian onto the stairs and was about to enter the ancient temple. Su Fengnian smiled. He might be sitting in front of her door, so it was no wonder that she was a little unhappy. At this moment, 4 or 5 children ran over from the distance. The leader was about 8 or 9 years old, holding the hand of a child who had previously lost a kite fighting in the open space. When they saw the little charcoal behind Su Fengnian, they immediately began to make a racket. The child behind Su Fengnian was already vigilant enough. He almost immediately threw the kite into the courtyard. Unfortunately, It still fell into the eyes of the group of children. The few children rushed up the stairs, and the oldest one punched the little girl's shoulder. He coldly snorted and threatened, "Thief, scram and pick up my little brother's kite, then kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll tear down your lousy home." The girl who was punched fiercely staggered and almost fell. She stuck out her chest and sneered, "Who's a thief? Your whole family are thieves." The kite landed on a tree. I climbed up to retrieve it, but I didn't see any of your names written on it. The much older boy slapped her, and the little girl tilted her head to dodge. She lifted her leg and kicked the boy's crotch, causing him to immediately roll on the ground. How could this be allowed? The rest of the children who had formed their own cliques began to surround and beat up this girl who had always been very annoying. In the end, after a round of entanglement, they were all beaten quite badly by her. Every one of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face, and there was even one whose wrist was bitten to the point of bleeding by her teeth. Of course, the little girl who was as thin as a matchstick was even worse off. She suffered countless punches and kicks all over her body, but in the end she still stood proudly at the entrance of the lousy temple. She didn't run away, nor did she cry. She didn't seem to care at all. In the end, those children were not as fearless as her. They cursed her as bastards and beggars as they resentfully left, not forgetting to leave behind all sorts of harsh words. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the little girl. After everyone had left, her tender face twitched in pain. Blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She then opened her mouth with all her might, stretched out 2 fingers, and pulled out a shaky front tooth. She carefully held it in her palm. She glanced at the surprised Su Fengnian and rolled her eyes. She patted her butt, turned around, and jumped over the threshold with her feet together. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. Su Fengnian stood up and continued his search in Wuxia City. He looked for any child that could vaguely recognize the woman's face. It could be someone that looked like her eyes, her nose, or her lips. It didn't matter what it was, as long as there was even the slightest resemblance. In the dead of night, Su Fengnian found nothing. He stood at the top of Wuxia City and sighed. He prepared to head to the last city, Stone Tablet City. For some reason, the image of little Charcoal's face with its front tooth pulled out appeared in his mind. Su Fengnian couldn't help but smile. He asked himself, should I go and take another look at her? The gloomy temple, the house with the broken window bars, the narrow wooden bed, the crooked wooden stool, and the small pot on top of it. If you included the small bag of food hidden under the ground, that would be all she had. However, she was still very happy to be alone. Her dinner was a small pot of vegetable stew that she had picked up from the market during the day. She felt that it was very sumptuous. She sat cross-legged on the wooden bed furthest from the window. She raised her head and stared at the starry sky. There was a patched-up cotton doll beside her leg. This was her only companion in the world that she could talk to. She suddenly sniffed and jumped off the bed. With a creak, she pushed open the door. She stood there and narrowed her eyes. She saw a strange scene in the courtyard. The guy who had been sitting on the steps in the evening was now squatting in the courtyard and roasting meat. She didn't go forward. She just stood at the door and looked at the guy. Su Fengnian had set up a fire and was roasting a chicken. Although he didn't have any seasoning, the chicken was still golden and shiny. The oil was enough to whet one's appetite. The little girl swallowed her saliva. However, she gritted her teeth and didn't move. She waited until the guy tore off a drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth. She still resisted. Chapter 2036. Even after the guy had eaten half of the roasted chicken, she was still in a dilemma. When she saw that the guy was about to move on to the last fat chicken leg, she slowly walked to the side of the fire and stretched out a hand. Her meaning was clear. I want to eat the chicken leg, you give it to me. Su Fengnian ignored her and took a bite of the chicken leg, oil dripping from his mouth. Little Charcoal took a step forward and stretched out his hand again. Su Fengnian looked at her from the corner of his eyes, biting the chicken leg bite by bite. The girl's eyes turned, revealing a sense of craftiness as she said, "This is my home." Su Fengnian mumbled, "I'm just borrowing a place. I'll leave after I finish eating." The girl angrily said, "Give me the chicken leg." The girl hurriedly added, There's only half left. Su Fengnian glanced at her. Shouldn't you add the word, please, when you're asking for help? He originally wanted to add, didn't your parents teach you that? But after thinking about it, he decided against it. It was too hurtful to say such things to an orphan. The tanned and skinny little girl fiercely spat at the fire, then walked back to the steps and sat down. Su Fengnian threw away the chicken bone and casually wiped his greasy fingers. He stared at her, not forgetting to add insult to injury with a burp. The stubborn little girl sulked as the cool breeze blew. Although her hair was dirty and stiff, her sparse fringe was still blown by the breeze, revealing her high forehead. Compared to her dirty face, it was especially fair and bright. In the end, the little girl was the first to admit defeat and return to the house to sleep. Su Fengnian sat in the courtyard like an old monk in meditation, resting with his eyes closed. During this time, she stepped on a small wooden stool several times to secretly peek through the windowless window. Only late at night did she tiptoe back to her little bed. At dawn, the little girl gently pushed open the door. In the end, she saw that annoying guy still in her house. She didn't dare to chase him away and simply pretended that he didn't exist. Out of sight, out of mind, she carried the broken kite and climbed up an old tree, then jumped onto the roof. She raised the kite high above her head and ran around like a tireless little wild cat. Su Fengnian stood up and stretched. He raised his head and saw that little charcoal was looking down at him. Her cold eyes were filled with a sense of scrutiny that didn't match her young age. Su Fengnian amiably asked, "Your parents are gone?" The child was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and angrily said, "Your parents." Su Fengnian. The early bird gets the worm, otherwise. The little black girl sneered, "Why do you care?" Su Fengnian laughed. "If you don't beg for a living, are you going to steal or rob?" The little girl sneered, "What do you know?" Su Fengnian didn't say anything. The child on the roof, who struggled to survive in the lower levels of the city, was clearly very good at reading people's expressions. This was a kind of sharp intuition that was close to instinct. She could fight with those children who were a few years older than her, because once she showed weakness, it meant that she would forever be bullied by them. Last year, her cotton doll was stolen by them when she wasn't home. Her little pot was also hidden by them, and they often threw stones through the window. However, she clearly didn't dare to really anger the adult man in the courtyard. Her habit of knowing when to advance and when to retreat might be an innate talent, but it was also forced out bit by her lonely and helpless situation. She was willing to steal things and pick up vegetables, but she just didn't want to be a little beggar on the street. She didn't know why. This year, she could go to the streams and rivers outside the city, which were not higher than her knees. She tried to use wood to catch fish, or used a broken dustpan to catch birds in the wild. She felt that when she grew up, she would be able to do more things. Anyway, she could live a good life by herself. She could wait until she grew taller, and then she would do that big thing. Su Fengnian saw the naughty little girl suddenly sit on the edge of the roof. She put down the kite, swung her legs, and looked to the south. Su Fengnian flew to the roof and sat down. After half an hour, she suddenly woke up. She turned her head and asked with a puzzled face, "Hey, why did you climb up the tree?" Su Fengnian was silent. She moved her but as if she wanted to get farther away from him, but in fact, she gently lifted up 2 broken tiles with her right hand and held a small wooden knife tightly. However, she didn't let Su Fengnian see it. Su Fengnian was still looking into the distance. He asked with a smile, "Why did you hide a small wooden knife on the roof? Don't tell me you want to kill me?" Her face suddenly changed. She suddenly stood up and faced Su Fengnian, holding the knife with both hands. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said self-mockingly, "Whether you believe it or not, I'm not a bad person. Well, to be precise, I might be a bad person, but I definitely won't have any bad intentions towards you. You can count it yourself. Is there anything valuable that I want? Is it a wooden knife? Is it a small broken pot or this broken house?" She seemed to smile innocently. She said that's right, and waved the wooden knife a few times. However, Su Fengnian didn't need to look. He could clearly feel that her body was still tense. Su Fengnian was a bit puzzled. Had this child been bullied badly by those homeless people over the years? Otherwise, how could she be so sophisticated? She giggled and sat down again. She took out a blunt knife from under the tiles. She took the initiative to wave it at Su Fengnian, as if showing off that she had a knife. She saw that Su Fengnian didn't turn his head. She relaxed a bit and began to sharpen the knife. The small wooden knife was still a half-finished product. She had to continue refining the knife. Su Fengnian found that this little girl's expression would be quite meticulous when she was focused on something. Su Fengnian couldn't help but smile. He remembered his childhood. Was there a time when he was like her? He chatted with her, asking and answering questions. She didn't speak most of the time. "What's your name?" There was no response. "Do you have friends?" Of course. It was the cotton doll that they depended on each other for survival. "How old are you? Why are you asking this? Did you make this small wooden knife yourself?" She rolled her eyes. She was very dissatisfied with his obvious question. "Your wooden knife is too different. It's straighter than the Mang knife, narrower than the cold knife, and slimmer than the famous Southern Tang's how to ping zay. Hey, why are you nagging like a woman?" Su Fengnian was silent. However, for the first time, she took the initiative to ask, "What kind of knife is Southern Tang's how to ping zay?" Su Fengnian smiled and patiently explained, "It's a kind of saber that looks like a large battle formation saber. It used to be very popular in the Southern Tang royal family, and several famous sabers in the world were used as references." The little black girl curled her lips, her face full of disdain. Su Fengnian curiously asked, "With your skills, it's enough to deal with those children yesterday. Do you still need a wooden knife to defend yourself?" The little girl hid the blade and placed the wooden knife on her lap. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She couldn't bear to put it down. She hummed and said, "It's my birthday. This is a gift for myself." Su Fengnian joked, "Little girl, you don't treat yourself badly." The little girl was furious. She turned her head and angrily glared at Su Fengnian. She bared her teeth and said, "What little girl? IP standing up." Su Fengnian face-bombed, speechless. The little girl suddenly said, "Right, don't blame me for not reminding you. My father is the most powerful master and hero in the world. He kills people without blinking. If you dare to provoke me, I'll let him beat you to death. I don't think you're a bad person, so I'm telling you. This is a secret." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Is your father really that powerful? A master? How high is he?" The little black girl's face was filled with pride. She clicked her tongue and said, 10 stories high. "No, it's 100 stories high. Are you afraid?" Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment. He then laughed and said, "I don't believe it. If your father is such a powerful master, would you still be here and not even be able to eat a chicken drumstick?" She was silent for a moment. She then squeezed out word by word from the gaps of her teeth. "No. Talking about father." Su Fengnian turned his head and looked at the extremely serious and tender face. He was absent-minded for a moment. She was going tit for tat with him. Su Fengnian smiled and admitted defeat. He stood up and walked to her side. He wanted to pat her little head, but she avoided him. Su Fengnian said gently, "Little girl, I'm leaving. I'm going to Stone Tablet City to find a child around your age. She will definitely be as pretty as her mother." She waved her hand like an old woman and said with a smile, Go. We'll meet again if fate allows. Remember, don't be so petty the next time we meet. Otherwise, if you're so petty, you might not be able to find a wife." Su Fengnian was afraid of scaring the little girl, so he didn't go straight to Stone Tablet City. Instead, he gently jumped into the courtyard and pushed open the courtyard door. He waited until he reached a dark corner in the alley before suddenly disappearing. The little girl with a dark face didn't have any melancholy emotions. When Su Fengnian left, she let out a sigh of relief. She slowly squatted down and hid the short wooden knife with her little butt. She muttered, "Draw the knife to cut the water flows even more. Draw the knife to chop the head, the blood flows even more." She left the kite on the roof and slipped back into the courtyard along the tree to start a new day. Chapter 2037. It was not an easy task for an orphan who had no one to rely on to survive. She first familiarly ran to a courtyard 2 streets away and helped an elderly couple clean up their house and courtyard. She struggled to fill their water tank with water. The couple's son and daughter-in-law were peddlers who often traveled long distances. They would return home once every 10 days. At that time, they would give her more than 10 copper coins. Sometimes they would even give her credit. After finishing her work, she would wander around the streets. When she heard that there was a wedding or a funeral, she would remember it in her heart. She would secretly freeload a meal. The 2 markets at the beginning and middle of the month would often have a bumper harvest. The luckiest one was when she picked up a bulging cotton money bag at the lantern market in early spring. That was the first time she saw silver. It was broken silver. It was very small, not even as big as her fingernail, but it still made her happy to this day. If there was no harvest in the city, she would have to go outside the city to try her luck. She would go to the river to catch fish and climb trees to dig out bird nests. She remembered that at the end of last year, the river froze. She saw someone cutting through the ice to catch many fat fish. It looked easy and profitable. She only needed to squat on the ice. So she tried it once. She almost froze to death. She was saved by a kind peddler who passed by. That unforgettable lesson taught her that if she was not lucky, she should not expect God to be generous to her. A skinny little black girl was running around happily in Hushang City. She returned to the abandoned ancient temple in the twilight. She had some vegetables and a bag of cicadas that she had caught from the trees. Today, God had opened his eyes. She had snuck into a wedding banquet in the east of the city at noon. She felt that her mouth was now full of the oily taste of the small piece of pork. Unfortunately, even though she was eating very fast, she was still thrown out of the door before she could finish a whole bowl. In the darkness of the night, Su Fengnian stood by the window and watched as the little girl hummed a little tune over a pot of fried cicadas with her back to him. Chopping off the head to serve wine, digging out the heart and liver to braise, peeling off the skin and pulling out the tendons to steam. The taste is delicious, but it's not as crispy as the fried cicadas. Day by day, I'm growing up day by day. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he saw the little girl carefully pick up a fried cicada and put it into her mouth, looking at her thin and weak back, and imagining her probably very satisfied expression at this time, he, who was not soft-hearted to others and himself, began to feel sad. When a person reaches adulthood, no matter if it is a blessing or a hardship, they can't blame the heavens or their parents. But she was still so young. Su Fengnian sighed. He still didn't find anything in Stone Tablet City. Logically, he should immediately return to the Baoyang army. However, on the way back, he thought of this little piece of charcoal and inexplicably returned to the ancient temple in Huyen City. The little girl suddenly turned her head and saw Su Fengnian outside the window. She was stunned for a moment, then continued to eat the delicious fried cicadas with her cheeks moving. Taoia's cravings were particular about not eating unless it was in season. However, poor people had no choice but to eat when it was in season. If it was in a rich family, fried cicadas would be considered an unconventional dish. Although it wouldn't be on the table, it was still a rather vulgar and elegant dish. The little girl asked curiously, "You didn't go to Stone Tablet City?" Su Fengnian nodded. She hesitated for a moment. Although her heart ached, she pretended to be magnanimous and said, "Hungry? Have you eaten? If you haven't, let me treat you to a meal?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Sure." The little girl clearly hoped that this fellow would reply that he had eaten, but she couldn't change her mind. She could only bitterly wave at Su Fengnian. There were still 7 fried cicadas in the pot. She took 4 of them to her side. She glanced at that fellow from the corner of her eye and returned one to him. Su Fengnian squatted down facing her and put one of the fried cicadas into his mouth. Not only was it tasteless, but there was also an earthy taste without any seasoning. However, Su Fengnian couldn't help but think of the shabby scene when he traveled the Jianghu with old Huang. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on his face. She asked proudly, "Is it delicious?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "It's delicious." She hesitated for a moment before patting her stomach. She pretended to be generous and said, "I'm full. You can have the rest." After Su Fengnian ate 4 fried cicadas, he shook his head and said with a smile, "No need. I can withstand hunger better than you." She tilted her head and asked, "You really don't want to eat?" Su Fengnian nodded. While she was eating the fried cicadas, he looked around. The little girl took the opportunity to look at him. She clapped her hands and asked, "Do you want to enjoy the shade?" Seeing that Su Fengnian didn't object, she took this fellow who she didn't hate or fear to climb up the tree to the roof. Together, they lay down and looked at the starry sky. She whispered, "Don't you have a home?" Su Fengnian rested his head on his arm and said with a smile, "Yes, and it's bigger than your home." She curled her lips and said, Hey, don't brag. My home is still small. Such a big place is all mine." A meteor streaked across the sky. The little girl quickly closed her eyes and made a wish. Su Fengnian said softly, "You made a wish?" "A wish." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Didn't your parents tell you that a wish won't come true if you say it out loud?" Su Fengnian looked at the gorgeous summer sky and said softly, "Let me tell you, in fact, whether you say it out loud or not, whether you tell others or not, it won't come true." The little girl hurriedly spat a few times and turned her head to angrily stare at this guy with a crow's mouth. Su Fengnian smiled apologetically and said, "That's my own experience. Maybe you're different." The two of them were silent for a long time. She suddenly asked, "Have you ever ridden a horse?" Su Fengnian said, "Of course, I've ridden a horse since I was very, very young." "Why, do you want to ride a horse?" She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Let me tell you a secret. My father has many, many horses. My father has 10,000 horses, no, 100,000 horses." Su Fengnian laughed and teased, "Little girl, do you know how many 100,000 horses are? If you let the horses run next to each other, from a high place, the backs of the horses will look like the earth." She whispered, "So it's like that." Su Fengnian lay on his side and looked at her and said, "You treated me to 4 fried cicadas, so I can grant you 4 wishes. For example, you can ask me to treat you to a chicken leg, give you 1 tael of silver, or something. I will try my best to satisfy you. How about it? Am I not a bad customer?" The little girl shook her head and said seriously, "My mother said to treat people with sincerity. I gave you those fried cicadas, not sold them to you. Besides, even if I really sold them, they wouldn't sell for a copper coin." Su Fengnian reached out and pinched her cheek. The little girl didn't refuse, but she didn't give Su Fengnian a good look. She suddenly sighed and said, "When I was young," Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh and interrupted her, "You're also very young now." She stared at him and continued, "When I was young, my mother said that in the far south, every summer, there would be something called fireflies. They would fly around and they were very beautiful." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "That's right. The poets there like to call them Xiaozhu, nightlight, Jingdun, and so on." She blinked her sparkling eyes and curiously asked, "Do they really emit light?" "I asked my mother, but she didn't tell me. She told me to ask my father, but my father didn't tell me." Su Fengnian seriously replied, "That's because the fireflies have light sacs in their tails. They emit a yellowish-green fluorescence." Su Fengnian smiled and added, "Your father is really stingy. He didn't tell you this." She raised her fist and put on a posture that said, "If you say bad things about my father again, I'll hit you." The little girl sighed. Su Fengnian also sighed for no reason. The two of them continued to not speak. Su Fengnian crossed his legs and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. Ever since Liang Mang started the war, in these 4 years, there had been endless flames of war, endless sounds of war drums and horse hooves, endless battles, and endless people killed. Perhaps in the future, the history books would use the words great waves and spectacular to describe this war. But as the people involved, no one could truly take a breather. Su Fengnian had always felt that he was far too inferior to Su Xiao. Leading troops to war was like this. Being a father was even more like this. Su Xiao, this father, had left him the hereditary title of King of Bailiang and 300,000 cavalry. Su Fengnian had been young and frivolous for 20 years. In Bailiang, His Royal Highness had been even more unfettered than the Crown Prince. This was the so-called, a family of good deeds will always have more to celebrate. And when it was his turn to be a father, where was his child? Was this the a family of evil deeds will always have more to suffer? A gentle voice sounded in his ear. Homesick? Su Fengyan sighed. Yes. The little girl imitated Su Fengyan. She crossed her legs and swayed them back and forth, humming a new song that she had made up on the spot. Firefly, firefly, be good and follow me home. In any case, it was just a line of lyrics. After an unknown amount of time, Su Fengyan, who could no longer hear the song, found that the little girl had fallen asleep. Afraid that she would catch a cold, Su Fengyan took off his robe and gently covered her body. Su Fengyan looked at the sky. The night lasted until dawn. The little girl, who had been huddled in the warm robe all night, woke up with a yawn. Seeing the person sitting cross-legged, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Fengyan turned his head and asked with a smile, "Little girl, do you want to come to my house to play? I'll take care of your food and sleep." She said with disdain, "Not going." Perhaps she was afraid that it would be hurtful to reject his good intentions so directly. She grinned and said, "Sorry, I can't wander around." Su Fengyan reached out and rubbed her messy hair. "It's okay, I'll come and play with you in the future. Next time you come, can you bring a drumstick?" Pinky swear. The adult and the child solemnly pinky swear. Su Fengyan's smile didn't change, but he quickly got up and looked in the direction of the city gate. Chapter 2038. The little black girl followed her line of sight and looked around. Suddenly her face turned pale. Hundreds and thousands of black dots were flying and jumping on the roof, heading straight for her little house. Su Fengyan explained softly, "Don't be afraid. Those people are looking for me. I'll definitely find a safe place for you after this. I guarantee that you'll have drumsticks to eat every few days." Previously, he was moving swiftly and stealthily in the several states of the Southern Dynasty. Even if Beimang had Qi cultivators following him, they couldn't find the opportunity to mobilize troops to intercept him. However, it was different in the Aquarius state in the hinterland of Norland. Looking at the situation, not only did the spiderweb army come out in full force, but there were also several elite cavalry rushing over. But the little girl's lips trembled. She said in a trembling voice, "No, they're looking for me." She suddenly pushed Su Fengyan and screamed, "Run, run! Don't worry about me." Su Fengyan's face was full of shock. She lowered her head to look at the child who was at a loss for some reason. She tugged at his sleeve and looked up with red eyes as she choked out, "Mother is gone. Uncle Su is gone. Brother Tongguan also lost an arm because of me. It's all my fault. Leave, quickly leave." Su Fengyan felt as if he was struck by lightning. The little girl released her hand and hurriedly pulled out a long and narrow wooden knife from under another tile on the roof. She quickly stuffed it to Su Fengyan and raised her arm to wipe her tears. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Run as far as you can. I mean, if you can find my father one day, tell him that this is a gift from me. Also, my name is Su Nianliang. Also, my nickname is Little Sweet Potato." She grinned brightly. "My father is Su Fengyan. He's the king of Bailiang. He's very powerful, right? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Seeing that the black dots were getting bigger and bigger, she pushed the fool who was holding the wooden knife and said angrily, "Why aren't you running? You'll really die." Su Fengyan slowly squatted down and pressed his forehead against hers. At that moment he hugged her. Not only were tears streaming down his face, he also began to sob. The spiderweb spies who had entered Wuxia City with the mentality of certain death landed on the nearby rooftops. Seeing this scene, this large group of cold-blooded death warriors were somewhat stunned. The king of Bailiang who made the entire Beimang dynasty tremble in fear, the invincible man who had severely injured the martial god Tuoba Bodhisattva and had yet to recover, was crying. The encirclement grew thicker and thicker, but the spiderweb death warriors were well aware that in front of this man, they were nothing more than pawns who were using a few hundred lives to buy time. The little girl named Su Nianliang had a determined look in her eyes as she clenched the short wooden blade in her hand. Su Fengyan let go of her, but he didn't wipe the tears off his face. Instead, he reached out to help her wipe her dirty cheeks. "I'm sorry," The two of them said in unison. Little Sweet Potato meant that she had implicated him, a stranger who wasn't bad. She just didn't understand why he had to say sorry. But if she couldn't figure it out, then she couldn't figure it out. In any case, it seemed that these two unlucky fellows were going to die here. She didn't want to cry in front of those northern barbarians. She stared at his face and laughed mischievously. It's okay. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Everyone is afraid of death. You saw me crying just now. Su Fengnian stood up and lowered his head. He carefully wore the long and narrow wooden blade that had been carved by the child according to the shape of a cold blade and hung it at his waist. He said softly, I found you, Little Sweet Potato. The spiderweb death warriors were inside the city. Outside the city, there was a cavalry army of around 10,000 people. The sun rose from the east, and the rays of the eastern sun were like a tide that slowly pushed forward. Su Fengnian put a hand on Little Sweet Potato's head and looked into the distance. He softly said, Little Sweet Potato, Father wasn't able to protect your mother, but I will definitely protect you. Today we will go home together. The child stood beside Su Fengnian in a daze, and then she burst into tears. Since she was sensible, this was the first time she had cried so heart-wrenchingly. Even when she left Dunhuang with her mother, she was very sensible and didn't cry out loud. Even when she saw Brother Tongguan's arm being chopped off, she only covered her mouth and didn't dare to cry out loud. She loudly cried, You didn't protect Mother well. I don't want to call you Father. I miss Grandpa. If Grandpa was here, I would definitely let him hit you. You are the biggest villain in the world. Give me back the wooden blade. I won't give it to you. I don't want to make a wish. I will quickly grow up and find you. Su Fengnian's eyes were cold as he looked at the spiderweb death warriors. Hearing the angry words of the sad child, the famous king of Bailiang's lips slightly trembled. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say a word. He clenched one hand into a fist, and the palm of the other hand was pressed against the rough handle of the long and narrow wooden blade. At this moment, even if 10 Tuoba Bodhisattvas at their peak were to block the way, even if all the first-rank experts in the world were to appear here to oppose him, even if Beimang still had millions of cavalry to block the way, Su Fengnian was not afraid at all. Su Fengnian's tears continued to flow, but his smile grew. Little Sweet Potato, I found you. Su Fengnian let out a long breath. Just as he was about to let go of his hands and feet and fight, she suddenly tugged at his sleeve. He crouched down, his eyes full of confusion. She sniffled, raised her small hand, and helped him wipe away his tears. Su Fengnian gazed at his daughter. In his eyes, Little Sweet Potato was tanned, but more beautiful than all the children in the world. He smiled and said, You weren't bragging. Your father, Su Fengnian, is really an expert as high as a 100-story building. After he said this, a vision suddenly appeared in the world. Huyan City. Except for this temple. It was the entire Huyan City. Tall buildings were torn apart, stone walls were torn apart, and trees were uprooted and floated up. All the weapons in the city were mixed in. Almost all the inanimate objects rose into the sky. Then, on this small roof, he wore a long and narrow wooden saber at his waist, while Little Sweet Potato held a short wooden saber. This father and daughter pair. The Tuma Pass at the border of Yuzhou no longer restricted the passage of merchants. There was a child named Zhao Yusong, who jogged to the market with a joyful expression. In the past year, he liked to squat on the small low wall with his friends, watching the Bailiang cavalry enter and leave. Their teacher from outside the village was originally the strictest. Although he was young, he was more knowledgeable than Mr. Hong. According to the new teacher, he came from the Central Plains, Gangnam-do. The teacher always liked to talk about the local conditions and customs there, saying that he hoped the students could travel to their hometown and study. He said that no matter where the student came from, they should read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles, so that they could not live in vain. Today, the strict teacher from the village actually drank alcohol. He reeked of alcohol and was drunk. The whole school could smell it. Today, the teacher shook his head and was very interesting. He almost fell down a few times, but in the end he said to them, Bailiang has won, we have finally won, not only the north. The southern dynasty of the Mang barbarians is under the iron hooves of Bailiang. Two great Turks have taken the initiative to surrender. Ha! Even the grassland of Bailiang can't be protected. Zhao Yusong ran happily and quickly today, leaving his peers far behind. He ran to the low yellow wall and squatted beside a little girl who had been waiting there for a long time. He whispered to her, telling her all the interesting things that happened in the private school today. The little girl's family was in a similar situation as his. Although they were not from the same village, their mothers were very close. They often visited each other's houses. Many people in the private school laughed at them for being betrothed. Zhao Yosong's face would turn red every time, but he was unwilling to deny it. He was not stupid. He liked her a lot. She was fair and chubby, and her eyes were so beautiful and watery. It would be strange if he did not like her. Those who made fun of him the most fiercely were actually secretly fond of her. It was a pity that she only liked him. After quietly listening to Zhao Yusong, the little girl lowered her head and said timidly, "My mother is going to get married. That person just came to propose marriage." Zhao Yusong was surprised, and then asked in a low voice, "Is it Lu Biaozhang from your village?" The little girl nodded vigorously. Zhao Yusong sighed heavily, and then comforted her like an old man. "It's okay. Although Lu Biaozhang is 5 or 6 years younger than your mother, he is indeed a hero. Otherwise, how could he be the head of our Bailiang crossbowmen? I believe that he will definitely treat your mother well." The little girl tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear, "I heard that your teacher likes your mother." Zhao Yuling, who was in the dark under the light, was really shocked this time. He sat on the ground and said, "It can't be." The little girl felt wronged and said, "But that's what my mother said too." Zhao Yusong pulled a long face and said, "Our teacher is very good, but I don't want him to be my stepfather at all." She asked doubtfully, "Why?" "My mother thinks that Mr. Zhang is very good. He is good-looking, has a good temper, and is also very knowledgeable. The last time your mother came to my house, my mother even persuaded your mother to agree." Zhao Yusong shook his head vigorously and said, No, my mother can't marry him." She frowned, then pouted and said angrily, "Do you think that a scholar like you will be embarrassed if your mother remarries?" In fact, she was afraid that he would not like her. After all, her mother had remarried. Her mother always told her that Zhao Yusong was the most precious scholar in the world. He would definitely be successful in the future, and she could not let him go. Zhao Yusong quickly waved his hand and said, No. If my mother really likes someone, I can't wait for my mother to be happy, but I know that my mother doesn't like Mr. Zhang." In fact, Zhao Yusong was lying. He actually didn't know whether his mother liked the private school teacher or not. In his heart, he hoped that his mother would marry that person if she really wanted to. Chapter 2039. However, if his mother really liked Mr. Zhang, he could only accept his fate. Alas, he was worried. The two children sat side by side on the wall, each with their own thoughts. They stared at the gate of Tuma Pass in a daze. Suddenly, Zhao Yosong's eyes lit up and he jumped off the wall. He didn't care even if he fell flat on his face. He ran all the way down the wall. The little girl was stunned. After she came back to her senses, she helped him carry his bag and ran down the wall carefully. Zhao Yusong ran to the man who was walking slowly from the north to the south and shouted, "Uncle Su." The man waited until Zhao Yusong ran in front of him before he asked with a smile, "Yusong, why didn't you call Brothers Su or Young Master Su this time?" Zhao Yusong grinned and blinked. "My mother taught me. Why don't you ask her yourself?" The man was stunned. He smiled and said, "I'm going to buy meat buns. Wait for me." When he went to the store to buy meat buns, Zhao Yusong suddenly noticed Little Charcoal following Uncle Su from a distance. When Little Charcoal saw Zhao Yusong, he glared at Zhao Yusong fiercely and even raised his fist to scare him. The little girl who was Zhao Yusong's childhood sweetheart came to him, panting. Zhao Yusong quickly took the bag and smiled at her apologetically. Zhao Yusong suddenly leaned over and whispered in the little girl's ear. She was a little confused, but in the end she trotted away. Little Charcoal was Su Fengyan, and the Uncle Su Zhao Yusong mentioned was Su Fengyan, who had just returned to Yuzhou from Beimang. Unless Su Fengyan's father was in a hurry and carried the little sweet potato all the way, She would deliberately keep a distance of more than 10 steps from him as long as she walked by herself. She had a posture of, I promise I won't lose you, but I won't get close to you. Therefore, after entering this tumbling horse pass, it was the same situation again. Su Fengnian was helpless and could not do anything about it. Su Fengnian bought 4 steaming meat buns and handed them to Zhao Yusong. He asked with a smile, "Where's the little girl next to you?" Zhao Yusong chuckled. Maybe something happened at home. Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. He turned around and walked towards his stubborn daughter. The latter did not run away. After taking the meat bun, she did not wait for Su Fengnian to tell her to eat slowly. "Be careful, it's scalding." Su Fengnian gasped. He didn't say anything unnecessary. He just endured his heartache and quickly turned away. As expected, it was only when he turned around that the little girl held more than half of the meat bun in her hand. She stuck out her tongue and fanned herself with her small hand. The corner of Zhao Yusong's mouth twitched as he watched. He thought to himself, is this little charcoal hungry or is it a little stupid? Su Nianliang, who was used to being observant and alert, quickly widened his eyes and glared at Zhao Yusong. He raised his small fist at him again. Su Fengnian reached out and patted her little head. "Don't be so rude." The little girl turned her head away fiercely. She tilted her head and blew on the steam and fragrance of the meat bun. After waiting for a moment, she held the bun with both hands and took a few bites. She finished it in an instant. What a real man. Zhao Yusong rolled his eyes. I can't afford to offend him. Su Fengnian handed over another meat bun. Then he squatted down and helped her wipe off the oil that had splashed on her clothes. Zhao Yusong saw this scene and felt a little envious. Suddenly he felt a little sad. He turned his head and quietly wiped his face. Su Nianliang rolled her eyes even more when she saw the silly goose's inexplicable actions. Although Su Fengnian did not turn his head, he understood the general reason. He gently said to his daughter, "Little sweet potato, don't do this." Little Charcoal, who had a long and narrow wooden saber hanging from his waist, turned his head fiercely again. Su Fengnian sighed and stood up. When he turned around, he saw the kind and gentle girl, Su Qing. She was a little out of breath, a little shy, but also a little expectant and happy. She didn't say anything, but her clear eyes seemed to be saying something. Zhao Yusong first winked at the little girl, then broke the silence. "Uncle Su, my mother just opened a small cloth shop in the market. Why don't we go take a look?" Su Fengnian hesitated. He turned to look at little sweet potato and was about to decline. Su Qing, the little girl who had once personally embroidered a python robe at the Golden Silk Weaving Bureau, came directly to little sweet potato's side for some reason. She crouched down and picked up the little girl. She stood up and looked quietly at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian looked at little sweet potato, who was flustered but did not struggle too much. He felt a little amused and nodded. Zhao Yusong and his childhood sweetheart led the way in front. Su Qing gently asked, "Little girl, what's your name?" The little charcoal child immediately cried. "My name is Su Nianliang." Su Qing softly said, "Yes, you look like your father." Little sweet potato wiped her tears and shook her head. "I don't look like him. I only look like my mother." Su Fengnian was a little curious why little sweet potato was so intimate with Su Qing. It was probably Su Qing's unique gentleness that came from the bottom of her heart that made this lonely and helpless child feel nostalgic. And this extremely sensitive child had an inexplicable talent for distinguishing between kindness and malice. At that moment, Su Fengnian's eyes instantly turned red. He turned his head and gently exhaled. On the way to the south, Su Fengnian had suffered a lot. If she had the slightest interest in chatting, "Su, how many women do you have in Bailiang?" Oh, you're so hesitant. That means a lot. You're indeed the king of Bailiang." If she was in a particularly bad mood, "Su, do you believe that I'll beat you into a pig's head with a wooden knife?" "I believe you." "You don't believe me at all." Dozens of wooden knives were thrown at him. He didn't dodge. If she was in a slightly better mood, "Hey, is that Mount Qingliang that you mentioned as big as my house?" "Yes, it's a little bigger." "You're lying." Yet another round of wooden sabers. but it was less than when she was angry. If she was in a rare good mood. Hey, Su Fengyan. Is Jiangnan a place further south than Beiliang? Yes. Then have you seen the sea? It's very, very big. I've seen it, but I've only seen the East China Sea. I've never been to the South China Sea. Shall we go together in the future? I'll go alone. Then you'll have to wait until you're older. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Then Su Fengyan was beaten again. Only when she was in a good mood, little Sweet Potato would ride on her father's neck, put her little chin on her father's head, and didn't say a word. She just sniffed gently, but she didn't cry out loud. Occasionally, when the two of them rested halfway, little Sweet Potato would look to the north alone, lost in thought. At that time, the man was either standing beside her or sitting behind her, silent and not daring to speak. Little Sweet Potato's lips curled up for the only time. On their way back, they met a Beiliang frontier army at the border of Dragon Waste State. They were going to drive straight into the grassland of Beiliang, the 6,000 Su family iron cavalry. He stopped carrying her. She took the initiative to ride on his neck, opened her eyes wide, and looked at the unfamiliar cavalry with a curious face. The 6,000 iron cavalry of the frontier army dismounted at the same time. After seeing the little girl riding on the young king's neck, everyone was excited. The leader of the cavalry was Li Yanchao, the commander-in-chief of the right cavalry. He took the lead and cupped his hands, saying loudly, "Beiliang's right cavalry. Welcome home, your highness." The 6,000 men cupped their hands together and said loudly, "Beiliang's right cavalry. Welcome home, your highness." According to the laws of Liang, all the daughters of the kings were only princesses. However, the Beiliang cavalry had been invincible for 20 years. When did they care about the views of the Central Plains imperial court? After that, little Sweet Potato didn't speak much. Until they entered the Tuma Pass at the border of Yuzhou. When they arrived at the small cloth shop at the corner of the market, perhaps because Su Qing left in a hurry, she didn't even close the door. There were already many customers waiting for her, and business was obviously good. The Battle of Liangmang had ended, and many soldiers of the frontier army were returning to the pass one after another. With more people and more soldiers, business was naturally good. The small shop. There were 7 or 8 men and women inside, and it was a little crowded. However, she believed that most of the men were here to buy cloth. Su Fengyan said to Su Qing considerately, "You go ahead with your business, it's okay." After Su Qing put little Sweet Potato down, she bent down and rubbed her little head. Su Qing's eyes were curved, and she said softly, "Little Yang, can you pick a piece of cloth yourself? I'll make a nice dress for you later. You're so tanned, you can't pick one that's too colorful." The little girl made a face and skipped away to pick the cloth. She wasn't polite at all. Suddenly, she remembered and said to the woman who was walking to the counter, "I'll ask Su Qing to pay." Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. However, Su Qing smiled and shook her head. "I'll give it to you this time, but next time, you'll have to pay." Little Sweet Potato thought carefully and glanced at Su Fengyan, who was sitting on the threshold. The child didn't refuse. Probably because of Su Fengyan's sudden appearance, the male customers left quickly. However, the women and girls were even more reluctant to leave. During this time, Su Qing and Little Sweet Potato looked at each other in tacit understanding. At that time, before Little Sweet Potato went to touch the cloth, her 2 little hands didn't forget to vigorously wipe her sleeves. Su Fengyan sat alone on the threshold with one hand supporting his chin. He kept looking at the child with a serene expression and warm eyes. After waiting for all the customers to leave, Little Sweet Potato sighed and spread out her hands. She said to Su Qing with a helpless face, "I don't like anything." Su Qing made an "oh" sound, then walked out of the counter and went to the cloth rack to pick and choose. Finally, she picked up an elegant floral cloth and turned to the little girl with a smile, "Then I'll just give you this cloth casually?" Little Sweet Potato blushed a little. Su Fengyan stood up and said softly, "I have enough money." Little Sweet Potato waved her hand, "Okay." Chapter 2040. Su Qing looked at the sky outside. It was dusk. She looked at Su Fengyan, who looked like he was about to pay and leave, and said gently, "Why don't you eat before you leave?" Su Fengyan shook his head. Forget it. Little Sweet Potato suddenly asked, "Do you have any fried cicadas? The crispy kind?" Su Qing shook her head. The little scholar Zhao Yusong slapped his forehead. So she was a heroine. Little Sweet Potato asked again, "Do you have rice? Big bowls?" Su Qing nodded lightly. Little Sweet Potato patted his stomach. "Eat and drink before you leave." After closing the shop, Zhao Yusong wanted to send the little girl home first, so Su Qing led Little Sweet Potato home. Su Fengyan could only stand obediently on the other side of Su Qing. Su Qing asked, "Did your father give you the wooden saber?" Little Sweet Potato patted the long and narrow wooden saber lightly and snorted coldly. "No, I made it myself." The child quickly added, "I made it for myself. I didn't give it to anyone." When they reached the small courtyard, Su Qing brought the little girl to prepare dinner. The little girl was probably happy to stay with her father. Su Fengyan sat on a small stool in the courtyard and looked up at the sunset, unable to take his eyes off it. Zhao Yusong quickly ran home and stared blankly with Su Fengyan. When he called them to eat, Zhao Yusong realized that little Charcoal seemed to have cried and looked pitiful. After sitting at the sumptuous table, Zhao Yusong quickly realized that the little girl was wolfing down the rice. Her chopsticks flew like they were flying, like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Su Fengyan didn't say anything, but Su Qing occasionally told her daughter to eat slowly and not to rush. When Little Sweet Potato was full, Su Fengyan had only eaten a few mouthfuls. For some reason, the little girl's taut bowstrings seemed to have suddenly loosened. Then, it was obvious that she was mentally exhausted. Almost unwillingly, she lay on Su Fengyan's back, closed her eyes, and fell asleep, snoring softly. Su Qing immediately covered her mouth so that she wouldn't disturb the pitiful child's life. Earlier, when they were preparing dinner together, although Sun Yanliang didn't say much, when he talked about the past that the child thought was very interesting, Su Qing felt extremely sad. Although she had never been educated, the principles of the world were interconnected. She was a woman who had endured the hardships of life. She roughly knew that men and women in the world after growing up would suffer, and would not be able to blame the heavens and accuse others. But how could such a young child talk about such things? If he found it interesting, how could he be so enraptured? She looked at the two figures as they walked out of the house. For the first time, she was angry at him. "Can't you let the child sleep on the bed?" At that moment, the man suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Yusong was at a loss and a little scared. In the end, Su Fengyan returned to the house and gently handed the sweet potato to Su Qing. She carried the child to her room and covered the child with a quilt. She stood at the door and said softly, "Tonight, you will sleep in the room on the right pine." Su Fengyan shook his head and said, "No, I will go to the courtyard." She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she silently turned around and sat by the bed. Su Fengyan sat in the courtyard. Zhao Yusong chatted with him in a low voice for a while, then said that he was going to do the homework left by the private school teacher. Su Fengyan said softly, "Study hard. In the future, you will pass the imperial examinations. Don't let your mother down." The child nodded vigorously and then tiptoed away. Su Fengyan didn't say a word. He sat until the sun set and the moon hung in the sky. Su Fengyan recalled many things from his childhood. Some memories were vague, but some were still vivid. After arriving at Mount Qingliang in Beiliang, the past, especially when he was young, became much clearer. However, at that time, his mother was no longer around, and only Su Xiao was left. Su Fengyan didn't move from the beginning to the end. Only when he became a father would he understand his father. No matter how much he had done for him, he would never feel that it was enough. He would always hate that it was not enough. "My little sweet potato, father has let you down, but father really loves you." Perhaps in the future, when she grew up and met the man she loved, he, as a father, would still reluctantly give her away, hoping that she would be happy for the rest of her life. He hoped that after he died, when he could no longer take care of her, she would continue to be happy. He didn't know when Su Qing came out of the room and sat beside him. After Su Fengyan came back to his senses, he immediately turned his head and carelessly wiped his face with the grass. Su Qing said softly, "She didn't sleep well." She woke up a few times in a daze, but soon fell asleep again. Twice, she cried and asked me where you were. I told her that you were in the courtyard, then she was willing to go back to sleep. Su Fengnian nodded. Su Qing lowered her head. I'm sorry. Su Fengnian shook his head. Don't think too much. I should be the one thanking you, really. Su Fengnian said in a hoarse voice, I don't know how to take care of her. I've never been good at it. Whenever she doesn't speak, I'll be very scared. Su Qing leaned forward and rested her chin on her hands. She looked at the entrance of the courtyard and said, I was like this back then. The more sensible the child is, the more the parents feel sorry for them and the more they owe them. Su Fengnian listened quietly. Under the moonlight she said a lot, until her eyelids started to droop. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw little Sweet Potato walk to the door and look at them. Then she sat down and waved at him. Su Qing suddenly woke up. She shook her head and followed Su Fengnian's line of sight. She saw the little girl. Su Qing stood up and walked to little Sweet Potato. She asked gently, Why aren't you sleeping? The little girl also stood up and smiled brightly. I had a good sleep. Su Qing smiled. Then remember to come here to play in the future. Little Sweet Potato stretched out her little finger. Come, pinky promise. Su Qing gently pinky promised her. Su Fengnian smiled and squatted down, waiting for the child to lie on his back. Little Sweet Potato lay on his back. After Su Fengnian stood up, she turned and waved her hand at Su Qing. She smiled and said, Pinky promise. Su Fengnian reminded her softly, Hold on tight. Little Sweet Potato snorted. Su Fengnian turned and smiled. Let's go. Su Qing stood at the door and nodded. The two figures flashed and disappeared. Like a rainbow, they flew to the south of Yuzhou. After about 100 miles, Su Fengnian noticed something wrong with little Sweet Potato. He stopped and asked worriedly, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Little Sweet Potato struggled to leave his warm back. She stood on the ground with her head lowered and didn't speak. Su Fengnian knelt on one knee in front of her, not knowing what to do. She suddenly covered her eyes with her hands, as if she didn't dare to look at her father. She sobbed, Sorry, I miss mother, sorry. I'm not angry at you, even if I am, it's only a little. Little Sweet Potato only blames herself for being useless. Father, little Sweet Potato didn't do a lot of the things mother told me to do. At that moment, Su Fengnian covered his mouth and slowly lowered his head. This man who had never retreated half a step outside the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, outside Beiliang's Fengbei City, was afraid that his child would feel that her father wasn't the hero in her heart. Little Sweet Potato put down her hands and stopped crying. She took a deep breath and suddenly hugged her father's neck and said loudly, Father, you're not allowed to cry. Good men bleed and don't cry. She rode on his neck again. This time, he slowly headed south. Father, what are my grandpa and grandma like? Your grandpa, his temper is the best. Your grandma is the most beautiful. Then when you were disobedient, did grandpa hit you? Hi, he couldn't bear to. Then if I'm disobedient in the future, will you hit me? I also couldn't bear to. Then if bad people bully little Sweet Potato in the future, what will you do? I mean, there will be a lot of bad people, even more than last time we were in the north. A lot more. Father will beat 10 to Oba Bodhisattvas until their parents won't recognize them. And? What does that mean? You'll understand when you grow up. But I've already grown up. In Father's heart, little Sweet Potato will never grow up. Then if a woman doesn't like little Sweet Potato, will you not want little Sweet Potato? Of course not. Because Father likes little Sweet Potato the most. Sai, back then, Mother must have been tricked by you like this. When I'm angry in the future, I'll call you Su Fengnian. Father, will you be angry? Little Sweet Potato, Father will never be angry with you in this life. What if you don't keep your words in the future? Don't you have a wooden sword? That's right. Can you accompany me to the roof in the future? Can we go find those things called fireflies together? Do we have drumsticks at home? Is the blanket at home thick enough? Anything is fine. Everything is fine. Father, don't die, okay? Don't pretend to sleep. Okay. Father. What now? Hey, I'm just calling you. Outside the city, smoke rose everywhere. Inside the city, chaos was everywhere. One must know that this city was called Great Peace City. For more than 200 years, there had never been a foreign army that attacked this Liang capital. What made him feel the most sorrowful was that the reason why the enemy had not attacked the city was because they wanted to prevent the Battle of Liangmang from ending too early. The emperor of the Zhao clan, Zhao Zhuan, sat alone in the diligent room where all the previous monarchs had studied and learned to read. At the door stood the left-scattered cavalry officer of the province, Chen Xiaobao Chen Wang. The young emperor sat in the seat he sat in when he was young and studied. He raised his head and looked at the place where the diligent teacher taught. No one knew whether this young monarch, who originally had lofty ambitions, was angry or regretful in the depths of his heart. Chapter 2041. Strangely, this emperor, from the time he was a prince to his ascension to the throne, did not have a bad reputation at all. In fact, even if he was not the eldest son of the previous emperor, his ascension to the throne was still very justified and seemed to be supported by the people. After he sat on the throne, there was nothing wrong with it. He had the magnanimity of a scholar, the bearing of a wise emperor, and the popularity of the people. But in the end, the Liang dynasty that unified the Central Plains, the old Emperor Zhao Li, and the previous Emperor Zhao Dun, passed to Zhao Zhuan and died in his hands. In the spring and autumn period, some emperors who died had to die, and some did not. The former was the Jiang Emperor of Dechu, and the latter was the last emperor of the old southern Tang. Although this young emperor belonged to the former, Zhao Zhuan did not care about his own life and death. He just wanted to understand one thing here. Why did he lose silently in the end, like a tall building that suddenly collapsed and fell apart in an instant, and there was no time to remedy it? Was it his great-grandfather's fault? Or was it the Zhao family's foundation that was on the verge of collapse in his father's hands? The emperor, who had his back to Chen Wang, looked calm. Chen Wang suddenly saw the young eunuch standing at the end of the corridor. Chen Wang wanted to say something but stopped. The eunuch walked slowly along the corridor, brushed past Chen Wang, and continued to walk. Finally, he turned a corner and disappeared. From the beginning to the end, there was no sound. Chen Wang closed his eyes, his face full of pain. It was unknown when the empress, Yan Dongwu, had arrived. Even at this moment, she was still as graceful as ever. Chen Wang made way for her and bowed. Yan Dongwu nodded and returned the greeting. She walked into the room and sat beside the emperor in silence. Zhao Zhuan turned his head and smiled. "You're here." Yan Dongwu smiled. "To accompany you." Zhao Zhuan said softly, "I thought Lu Sheng would be like Wu Zhongshuan and Song Li, surrendering when he saw the situation was not good. Unexpectedly, he fought to the end and lost most of his troops. I thought that the Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, and his son, Zhao Yi, would bide their time like Gu Jianteng. Unexpectedly, the father and son led their troops to the south, and all the cavalry under their command died in battle. I also thought that Huanghuai Jidushi Su Gong would die in battle for the country just like Lu Sheng and Zhao Sui. Unexpectedly today he sent someone to give me a secret letter. In the letter he roughly said, in the present world, Su Shao no longer exists in the frontier fortress, and Zhang Julu no longer exists in the imperial court. I, Su Gong, am really not willing to die loyal to the Zhao clan in Liang. Our two Huai only have the elite troops of the frontier army left. Rather than fighting each other to the death in the Central Plains territory, it would be better to be like the Bailiang frontier army, where everybody dies facing the north with their backs to the south. Zhao Zhuan chuckled and said, "The last sentence of the border general who is the pillar of the country is if your majesty doesn't agree, I can't do anything about it." Yan Dongwu's eyes were sharp, a traitor who brings disaster to the country. Zhao Zhuan shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "He's just not very loyal. He doesn't bring disaster to the country." In the beginning, Su Gong still won many key battles. Otherwise, the Prince of Yen and the others wouldn't have the face to continue acting like this. This letter, Su Gong, isn't for me to read. It's actually for Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu to read. Our great General Su has put a lot of thought into this. Yan Dongwu gritted his teeth and said, "The most hateful one is Chen Jibao. The most shameful one is Gu Jiantang. Zhao Zhuan still shook his head. No matter how strong Chen Jibao's 60,000 infantry and 20,000 elite cavalry are, and no matter how skilled the white-robed war saint is at using troops, they can't completely stop the two Liao border armies from moving south. This is partly because Gu Jiantang is unwilling to exhaust his elite troops, and partly because the generals under his command have to hide their strength. Zhao Zhuan sighed and said, "No matter what, Chen Jibao is indeed worthy of the reputation of the white-robed war saint. No wonder the previous emperor praised him so much." Yan Dongwu's expression was lonely. Zhao Zhuan smiled and said, "I should be glad that Chen Jibao didn't stay in Beiliang to assist that person. Otherwise, not only would this world not lose to me, it wouldn't be surnamed Zhao." Yan Dongwu lowered his head and rubbed his stomach. Zhao Zhuan reached out and rubbed her head. This young emperor was crying, but his voice was very gentle. "Live well with the child. I only ask for peace. Don't tell him who his father is." Zhao Zhuan seemed to be speaking to someone who didn't exist. "You and the Zhao family have been friends for hundreds of years. Zhao Zhuan only asks that old Immortal take her and leave Great Peace City safely." A sigh sounded from somewhere, as if it was by his ear or at the edge of the sky. Then a word was said, "Okay." This day, the Emperor of Liang, Zhao Zhuan, held the Jade Seal and personally came out of the city to surrender. The person who surrendered was not Zhao Sun, who had just become emperor a decade ago, or even Zhao Bing, the king of Yen, but His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu. In the early years, after Zhao Zhu and Chen Jibao's group parted, Zhang Gaoxia's last words to Zhao Zhu on the mountain peak were as she had said. Many years later, in the winter when the auspicious year was changed to Yangjia, she was the empress of the new dynasty of Liang. In the capital that had been changed to Peaceful City, in the wooing hall that had not been renamed, a slender man in blue robes slowly walked into the hall. He had a cold blade at his waist and was bathed in blood. Behind him was a woman in white robes. She had the spring thunder embroidered winter blades at her waist. She helped the former guard the entrance to the hall. Outside the hall were thousands of armored imperial guards. She, who was already the empress, still stood with her sword on that day. She stood in the hall and stood between two men. One was the most noble man in the world, the other was the most invincible man in the world. They had once been the best of brothers. The former had wanted to kill the latter, but he had not succeeded. The moment the latter stepped into the hall, he put the cold blade back into its scabbard. This action was filled with undisguised disdain. His gaze passed over the woman's figure, but he did not speak. The new emperor, Zhao Zhu, who was wearing a dragon robe, slowly stood up from the dragon throne. He walked down the stairs step by step and stood in front of Zhang Gaoxia, facing the man face to face. Zhang Gaoxia angrily rebuked with a trembling voice, "Su Fengyan, do you really want the world to fall into chaos again? Do you know how many soldiers and civilians will die in vain in Beiliang and the Central Plains?" The man in blue robes did not pay any attention to the woman who was the mother of the world. He only looked at the dragon robe quietly and asked, "Why?" Zhao Zhu calmly said, "The little beggar wants to treat you to the best wine, but the emperor, Zhao Zhu, wants to never have any future troubles. The descendants of the Zhao family can sit back and relax. It's that simple." The man smiled and asked again, "Can't we sit down, drink, and talk nicely?" Zhao Zhu shook his head and said, "This is why I, Zhao Zhu, can wear this robe now." Seeing the man reach out to grab the hilt of the blade, Zhao Zhu just closed his eyes and remained motionless, waiting for death. Zhang Gaoxia was just about to rush forward when Zhao Zhu grabbed her arm tightly. With a pale face, her fingers loosened and the long sword fell to the ground. A capital city, hundreds of masters, a total of 30,000 iron armors could not stop him. How could she, Zhang Gaoxia, stop him? She also closed her eyes, but both of her hands were holding her man's arm. She did not know when, but she seemed to notice that the emperor staggered backward, as if someone had punched him in the chest. She suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to see Zhao Zhu's blank face, but he was unharmed. The man withdrew his fist and turned to leave. He said softly, "Treat Beiliang well in the future. I will watch you from outside the capital, little beggar." The man and the white fox's faces disappeared in a flash. Zhao Zhu lowered his head and said in a choked voice, "The little beggar was wrong, really wrong. Other than her, no one else was listening." The Jianghu was gone, and the misty rain was gone. After this life turned around, there would be no wind, rain, or sunshine. Shining spears and armored horses. Freehand and romantic. Impassioned. It was a magnificent sight. Awe-inspiring righteousness. The sound of books. The bead curtain tinkled. The world was at peace. Outside the capital, 2 riders were on a long journey. A heavy snowfall fell on the human world. The white fox's face asked, "No regrets?" The green-robed Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Only for Bailiang with a clear conscience." The white fox's face was full of anger. "But you disappoint me." The Su Fengyan's face was gentle. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Then what should we do?" The white fox's face snorted and did not look at him. She blushed for the first time and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Beggar Su, you can be my wife." The Su Fengyan gave her a thumbs up. Skillful work. His Royal Highness must be rewarded. The white fox's face stretched and the corners of her mouth curled up. She said angrily, "But my wife's wives are a little too many. Let me count: Jiang and I, Lu Qian, Wang Chudong, Sweet Potato, Bluebird, Pei Nanwei, Huyan Guaning." She kept counting, but why did it feel like there was no end? Someone looked up at the sky. What a heavy snowfall. It seems to be about the same size as when we first met back then. She held back her laughter and also looked up. She sighed softly and said, "Yes." In the heavy snow. Compared to the embroidered winter back then, there was the spring thunder. Now there was a cold knife. The Jianghu in the snow started with them and ended with them. A good beginning and a good ending. ####. In the end, Zhang Xiao Air served the wine. There was a small town. Perhaps because it was too far away, it escaped the smoke of spring and autumn in the early years. This time, it escaped the flames of war in the Central Plains. From beginning to end, there was no sound of the cavalry in the novel or the clanging of the armor in the storyteller's mouth. As the dust settled on the side of Great Peace City, the chaotic presence suddenly disappeared, and an even grander presence of a prosperous era arrived. For this small town, the most direct and obvious scene was the increasing number of customers who went to the brothers' building to drink and listen to storytelling. In the end, it was overcrowded. Some customers who happened to be shy in their pockets took the opportunity to tell the restaurant's manager that they did not care about the location and could drink at the door. After all, it would not affect the storyteller's storytelling. Chapter 2042. Everyone within a 100-mile radius knew that the signature of this restaurant was not some rare wine or fine wine, nor was there any seductive woman selling wine. Instead, it was the elderly storyteller of the restaurant who sat alone in the center of the main hall, surrounded by tables of wine on all sides. The old man sat on a small stool with a small table beside him. There was a gavel on the table, 2 or 3 pots of wine, a large white bowl, and a plate of peanuts. That was all. After noon, when the guests at the table had cleared away the dishes and replaced them with wine pots, jars, and bowls of various sizes, the storyteller slowly walked out from the back hall. The old man was still more than 20 steps away from the table. He had not even opened his mouth, but he had already attracted earth-shattering cheers from the entire 2 floors of the restaurant. The old man raised his clenched fists high in the air to greet all directions. The loud cheers in the restaurant rose and fell one after another. What a lively and bustling scene. The storyteller, who had taken advantage of the situation, waved his sleeves and sat on the small stool like an expert. He pretended to straighten his clothes and sat still. Only then did he reach out to grab the gavel and heavily knock it on the table. He said loudly, "At the end of the previous report, it was said that the second battle of Liangmang was imminent. 18 great grandmasters of the Central Plains would come together." The old man grabbed and put down the gavel again. He suddenly knocked the gavel on the table again. The old man said in a deep voice full of energy, "The rise and fall of 1,000 years, the affairs of the military and the state, are the most troublesome to think about. The most troublesome." At this moment, a listener laughed loudly and asked, At the end of the previous report, you old man, you kept us in suspense. You said that Zhang Feilong, Hero Zhang, who is known as the layman of Bianjing in Jianghu, asked our king of Baliang for advice on how to deal with the fairies and heroines. What did the king of Baliang say? We're all waiting. Everyone, don't you think so? Up and down the restaurant, dozens of tables of guests roared in agreement. Many of the Jianghu heroes who had placed their swords and sabers on the table began to boo. Many young wanderers even whistled with all their might. The storyteller was obviously already familiar with this scene. He calmly poured himself a bowl of wine and slurped it down with relish. In fact, at the end of each storytelling, keeping the audience in suspense and shaking the burden was the secret skill that the shopkeeper of this restaurant had taught the old man. Only by keeping the audience in suspense could there be repeat customers. After the old man leisurely put down the bowl of wine, he smiled and said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, this old man would have forgotten about it. Don't be impatient, let this old man slowly tell you about it." Dealing with people was a form of knowledge. If a fledgling young hero of Jianghu got to know those high and mighty beautiful fairies, it would be even more of a learning process. There were two types of heroines in the world. One type was Hui Shanzi of the Great Snow Plateau, and Jin Qiu Dao Manor Master Tong Shanquan. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They could be counted on one's fingers. I'm afraid even if you wandered north and south of the Yangtze River, you still could not find one. This old man did not know how to deal with them, but there was another type. In the past, the king of Baliang taught Zhang Feilong, Zhang Daxia exactly like this. The king of Baliang, his old senior, said so. Everyone, please listen carefully. This kind of priceless advice. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this. All right, looking at the old man holding the wine bowl sideways, he couldn't be more familiar with it. We have to fork out the money again. Sure enough, there were two delicate and pretty waitresses from the restaurant who had already arrived between the tables. They didn't ask for money, but instead carried a wooden board with a dozen or so bottles of expensive wine on it. They didn't ask for anyone to buy them, and whoever liked to drink could take them for themselves. In the beginning, when the restaurant played this trick, no one was willing to accept it. It was just that they could not stand the old storyteller who shamelessly refused to tell the story when no one took the wine. Now, the customers of the restaurant were already used to it. They were too lazy to care about the small amount of money. They just had to pay out of their own pockets. Anyway, the old men who came here did not lack money. What's more, if you took the wine today, he would pay for it tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, he would change to someone else to pretend to be fat. In the end, both the seller and the buyer were satisfied. However, the owner of the restaurant was really wicked. He could even think of such a cheap trick. Fortunately, the restaurant was smart enough to grasp people's hearts. They knew that this kind of thing should not be done more than 3 times. Generally, they would only do it once at the beginning and once at the end. It was not annoying. Over time, it became an unwritten rule of the restaurant. It even became one of the characteristics of the restaurant. The 20 small pots of wine that the 2 waitresses carried were quickly taken away by the guests. The storyteller then continued, "The Northwest King said to our hero Zhang that it is actually fun to fight with those fake female heroes and fake fairies. According to the king, first of all, you must remember that you must not surrender before fighting. You must not feel that you are inferior to others, and that those fairies and heroines are naturally superior. You must tell yourself that no matter how beautiful and charming those women in front of you are, no matter how arrogant and cold they are, they still have to eat, drink, and go to the toilet. After eating onion, garlic, and fish, they still have to fart." First, the whole restaurant was stunned. Then there was a thunderous applause. These words really made people feel enlightened. On the second floor, a smiling man was lying on the railing. On his left was a little girl standing on tiptoe, and on his right was a little boy squatting. The 2 children had a small wooden sword hanging from their waists. This man was the shopkeeper of this restaurant. He used to be a waiter here. After a few years as a waiter, he quickly bought the entire restaurant from the old shopkeeper. His business was doing very well and was growing by the day. It was said that the previous shopkeeper, who had gone to the capital city to buy a house for his retirement, had received at least 300 taels of silver from last year's dividends at the beginning of spring. This new shopkeeper had been a popular figure in this small town for the past 2 years. He was very capable and had a very good relationship with many scholars who had obtained the title of Shiozai. Otherwise, why would high-ranking officials like the county magistrate and the registrar come here to drink every now and then? Other restaurants could not invite these two great bodhisattvas. Even if they spent money, they could not. A delicate and gentle woman gently came to the man's side and held her daughter's tender hand. When the man turned to look at her with a smile, she glared at him. Then she could not help but laugh and complain, "The children are all listening." The man scratched his head. "It's not a bad thing. If they listen, then so be it. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan won't understand." Unexpectedly, the little boy squatting at the man's feet raised his head and said, "Father, what's there to not understand about squatting in the latrine?" The little boy was glared at by his mother and made a face. He quickly retracted his head and continued to watch the bustling scene on the first floor. This innate cleverness must have been inherited from his father. The woman lowered her voice and asked with a smile, "Could this be said by the Northwest Prince himself? Don't tell me that you made old Mr. Liu up to deceive me?" The man smiled. "Whether the Northwest Prince said it or not, how would a commoner like me know? But that brother of mine who mingled in the pugilistic world really said that back then." The woman said helplessly, "I've heard you talk about it for so many years, but I don't see him coming here as a guest." The man's eyes were clear as he said, "He will come. No matter how well he mingles in the pugilistic world, he will remember me as his brother. No matter how badly he mingles in the pugilistic world, all the more he should come here. There's no shortage of places for him to eat, drink, and sleep." The man suddenly felt a little nervous and whispered, "Wife, if that day really comes, you can't despise my brother. This is the only thing I'll do in my life." The woman was a little angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" The man smiled brightly and narrowed his eyes. "I knew it. Out of all the women in the world, my wife is the best." She said angrily, "The children are all here, but you don't act like a father." The little boy at the man's feet sighed and shook his head. He imitated his father's catchphrase and sighed, "I'm very depressed right now." The man laughed loudly. The woman reached out and gently pinched his arm. "Look, he learned it from you." The little girl said timidly, "Father, ever since Grandpa Lu got drunk and said it once, Tuan Tuan has been asking people where the crotch is." This time, the woman pinched his arm even harder. The man grimaced, turned around, bent down, and gave his son a chestnut. "It's all because you learned bad things from your Uncle Xiaoyan. You don't know how to learn from your father." The little boy hugged his head and looked up, aggrieved. "Father, when will Uncle Xiaoyan come? When will he bring my fiancée? I've missed her so many times." The woman couldn't help but laugh. She wanted to be angry, but she couldn't. Chapter 2043. Her man had vowed that he and his good brother, who was wandering in the martial arts world, had been betrothed to each other since a long time ago. No matter who did better or worse in the future, this marriage would not escape. She didn't take it too seriously. After all, she knew that although her man was amiable to everyone, he was actually very proud. Not everyone could make him nag for so long. Even when he sat at the same table as the county magistrate, no matter how much they felt like old friends at first sight and how watertight they were when drinking, her man didn't take those people in official hats seriously at all. On the contrary, when he drank with a few middle-aged men in the county yamen office, her man was more sincere and sincere. Therefore, she was a little worried. The brother that her man missed so much, the man that she and her 2 children only knew as Little Nian, was definitely not simple. The 2 of them had been separated for so many years. Even if they could meet again one day, would that person still cherish that brotherhood as much as he did with her man when they were at their lowest point? If that person was doing well, or even made a name for himself, would he still be able to treat her man as a brother? If not, how sad would her man be? Therefore, she hoped that person would come to drink with her man and call him brother. At the same time, she was afraid that if that person really came here, she would only bring them what old Master Lu said in his storytelling. Things remain the same, but people change. After the man heard his son's childish complaint, he patted the child's head and grinned. "Son, father promised you that your future wife would be this." The man gave him a thumbs up. The little boy was skeptical and muttered softly, "Don't be like little Xianxia on the street next door. Otherwise, I will take the wooden sword and run away from home to wander in the martial arts world." That little Xianxia who liked to pester him the most was not small at all. Her arms were as thick as his legs. The man smiled. "Little brat, running away from home. Can you bear to leave your parents?" The little boy was surprised. "I went to the river outside the town to wander in the martial arts world in the afternoon. I went home for dinner at night." His sister poked her head out. She put her finger on her cheek and made a face at her brother. The man and his wife looked at each other and smiled. She suddenly laughed and asked, "Why is our restaurant not selling that kind of green ant wine anymore? You're such a good businessman, yet you're competing with money?" The man shook his head and said, "I'm not selling it. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist the temptation and will drink it myself. As for me, the next time you visit, bring me green ant wine to drink." The woman smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go to the kitchen first. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, help me look after them." The man nodded and said softly, "It's been hard on you, my wife. I'll be lazy today." She smiled and left. She felt a little sad. What hard work did she have? In this restaurant, her man was the one who had it the hardest. It had been like this all year round. In the past, he was already tired as a waiter in the restaurant. Now that he was the shopkeeper, he didn't have a moment of rest. In the past, it was to marry her. Now, it was for her and their 2 children. There were many other women in the small town who wished that their lazy men would work more and not loiter around all day. But when it came to her, she wished that her man could really rest for a day and not think or do anything. But every time he nodded and said yes, he still got up early and worked in the dark every day. Every day, he would smile when he met people. Marrying this man, she felt that she couldn't marry any better in this life. The storyteller downstairs still didn't talk about the soul-stirring battle of Liangmang outside the Northwest Pass. Instead, he had already talked about the wonderful comments of the Northwest Lord when he was still His Royal Highness. He said that being a playboy was also a technical job, and there were different grades. The lowest grade was only able to bully men and women with evil dogs. The slightly better one was wearing bright clothes and riding a horse, carrying a sword around his waist and holding a fan in his hand. When he fancied a beautiful girl, he pretended to be handsome and pretended to be a man and a dog. Then, the third class of hedonistic sons would have to memorize some romantic poems and songs. At the very least, they would have to be able to recite poems in front of women. They wouldn't have to make a fool of themselves by telling people that their father was an official or that their grandfather had troops under his command. The second-grade playboy was even more difficult to come by. Not only did he have to speak eloquently, he also had to know some Jianghu tricks and be very familiar with the hero saving the beauty. Even if the beauty wasn't in trouble, he had to create trouble for her. Don't be reluctant to spend money to hire people to act. Remember that when you make a move to repel the enemy, the way those ruffians and hooligans fly out must not be the same. They must fly out backward, horizontally, or sideways. Everything must be there. As for the world's top playboys, they were like the elusive Jianghu great grandmasters. They were also outstanding figures who didn't appear in the world. When those heroines and fairies met such people, they had accumulated 7 lifetimes worth of virtue and 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. From then on, they would be unable to extricate themselves. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't be able to chase them away. The storyteller's spittle flew everywhere as he spoke. He was actually infected by himself. That high-spirited and vigorous spirit made it seem like he was the founder of this playboy business. He took a big gulp of wine and stretched out a finger. He clicked his tongue and said, "For example, playboys who have reached this level will only show women money, but will never let them spend money. Let them see mountains of gold and silver, but won't let them spend a single copper coin. Maybe the women will be willing to pay for it." The hearts of countless people in the restaurant swayed. Someone suddenly shouted, "Is there really such a stupid heroine and fairy in the world? Even after losing someone, they still had to pay for it?" I'm the first one who doesn't believe it. The storyteller raised his eyebrows and glanced sideways. This old man won't talk about other people. Let's just talk about that sentence, 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Su Fengyan. Are you convinced? Let's not talk about that Song Yushu who entered the capital's Ministry of Rights and became a high-ranking official. Just the latter, when a woman meets him, can she still be arrogant? That person was instantly speechless. He wanted to refute but didn't know where to start. After all, he was a frequent customer of the restaurant. He had heard many legendary stories about the Northwest vassal king. There were both admiration and envy. Of course, the latter was more. There were many storytellers in the restaurant. This person often put himself in the shoes of the storyteller. Thus, he naturally didn't want to deny himself. On the second floor, the restaurant manager squatted down and picked up a child. He laughed softly and said, "Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan, father will tell you the truth. When father was roaming the Jianghu, there was also a woman who sincerely called you father and called father young master. Although she wasn't a famous fairy or heroine, she was much more powerful than all the heroines and fairies in the Jianghu. Therefore, only your uncle Xiaoyan is worthy of her. That kind of good lady, father feels that she's only slightly inferior to your mother. Tuan Tuan, if you still want to be a hero when you grow up, if you have the ability, find me such a lady to be our daughter-in-law." The little boy frowned and said seriously, "Father, I already have a daughter-in-law. I don't like to be a womanizer. Mother also said that a good man must be loyal to a lady." The man lowered his voice. "That's the reason. Your mother is not wrong, but the good ladies in the world usually admire heroes. Think about it, if she likes you but you don't like her, how sad would that lady be, right?" The child fell into deep thought. Between the daughter-in-law he had yet to meet and the good lady he had yet to meet, it was a battle between heaven and earth. The little girl said angrily, "Father, I'm going to tell mother that you made Tuan Tuan like so many ladies." The little boy rolled his eyes. The man's expression changed drastically. He coughed a few times and said earnestly to his son, "Son, when you grow up, you must listen to your mother and only treat one lady well. Just like father, do you understand? If you dare to be disobedient, father will spank your butt until it blossoms. Your mother won't be able to stop it." The little boy sighed heavily. Alas, it was hopeless. The good lady who liked him was gone before he even met her. It was not that he was not afraid of his father, but every time his gentle mother scolded him with a straight face, he was very, very afraid. The storyteller downstairs drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "In the final analysis, if you want to punch a heroine and kick a fairy, it's very simple. As long as you are half as handsome as the Northwest vassal king, it's enough." Boos suddenly sounded in the restaurant. The old man suddenly slammed the gavel, startling the drinkers who were caught off guard. This old man was the first to say that the rise and fall of 1,000 years is the most difficult thing to think about. We are ordinary people in the streets and alleys. We are just ordinary people. We are neither emperors, generals, ministers, nor officials. If we don't think about it, then we don't think about it. But in the end, there are still some unfortunate people who have to risk their lives and stand there, unable to take a step back. They also don't want to retreat. The whole restaurant was silent. The storyteller told the story tirelessly. He said that over there, the soldiers Qi Lian Yundan, the battlefield was filled with white bones entangled with grass roots. He said that the Sword River was filled with wind and snow, the sand and stones were frozen and the horses' hooves broke away. He said that when the guest of the southern border dragon palace, Lu Wang, died, he said that the husband did not shed tears and did not leave. He said that when the Wudong great spiritual master, Yu Xingrui, died in battle, his body was hit by 12 Beimeng arrows. He said that Beimeng attacked the city day and night without rest. The grassland army outside the city was densely packed like a swarm of locusts. The ants on the wall attacked the city. It was a shocking sight. The fire of war was bright inside and outside the Beimeng city. The battle was endless. He said that the battle of the Beimeng city lasted from the beginning of autumn of the 3rd year of auspicious charm to the beginning of summer of the 4th year of auspicious charm. The old man's tone did not seem to be very agitated. He did not deliberately exaggerate the tragic and stirring feeling. He was just like an elderly neighbor who was narrating the trivial matters of the family. Chapter 2044. The storyteller paused for a moment and drank a mouthful of wine. After putting down the bowl, he seemed to be asking everyone but also asking himself, "We commoners, we don't know the height of the imperial court, we don't know the Jianghu, we don't know the life and death of the battlefield, but we do know the warmth and coldness of people's hearts, right?" The old man suddenly raised his voice. "Don't think. Unforgettable." The spectators and listeners were shocked into a shudder. Then the old man said that the Bailiang cavalry were the best in the world, their cold blades pointing everywhere, they were invincible and invincible. It was said that during the second siege of North Jebei City, the northern Mang barbarians were driven into desperation. Even half of the western capital of the southern dynasty was handed over to the Liuzhou Iron Cavalry with both hands. They were still attempting to break through the #1 city of the northwestern border. He said that the white-robed monk of the two Zen temples, Li Xiaoxin, was wearing a snow-white kasaya and stood alone outside Bailiang City. "I went from the south to the north. Whether I became a Buddha or not, I put it down. I, Li Xiaoxin, have come to see Buddha." It was said that before this battle had even ended, northern Liang's Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, and the former northern Mang's Winterobo King Jing Chong, these 5 famous generals of the present age, had joined hands to break through the northern Mang southern dynasty's central western capital. As he spoke, Ji Province General Yang Huchen, River Province General Kai Bai, and Ji Province Deputy General Han Fong resolutely gathered together, entering the grasslands from River Province's border together with Yu Province's remaining cavalry. Together with Lu Province's armored cavalry, they attacked the northern Mang barbarian army that was retreating from north, resisting city from the left and right like a turtle in a jar. He said that after that battle, the 3 military towns of Zhongzhong, Liuya, and Fuling were all broken and their people died in battle. He said that the partridge Zhou Kong personally went into battle 3 times and died on the battlefield. The Deputy General Li Yanchao took over the Tiger Tally and the right cavalry was left with less than 8,000 cavalry. In the end, there were less than 2,000 Bailiang frontier army in Huayang Pass. Corpses were everywhere inside and outside the city. After winter, the blood froze. Looking from afar, the Huayang Pass looked like a crimson pass. The northern Liang king personally led 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry, directly bypassing the defeated northern Mang's main army and making a long-distance raid to reinforce Huayang Pass. That northern Liang Protector General Chu Lushan was sitting on the horse path on the city wall that was piled with corpses, holding a cold blade in his hand. The storyteller stopped talking and lowered his head to take a sip of the strong liquor. He closed his eyes and was a little tipsy. The moon is small, and the truth is out. On the street of the restaurant, the sun was scorching hot. A yellow dog was lying on the ground, its head drooping and its tongue sticking out. Taiping dog. Inside the building, the old man raised the gavel high up. Just when everyone was ready to hear the sound of the gavel slamming the table, unexpectedly, the old man gently put it down and laughed heartily. "Since ancient times, who hasn't seen the Qing dynasty? Today I see that the fame of my achievements surpasses that of the ancients. In this part of the world, heroes are vying for supremacy while the smoke of gunpowder rises from all directions, and battles are in full swing everywhere. How unfortunate is it for us commoners to be in such troubled times? How fortunate is it for us commoners to hear about the great victory at the border and report it to the Central Plains? How many times can one laugh in one's life? When meeting in a drinking contest, one must be drunk." The old man poured a bowl full of liquor and raised it, saying loudly, "Everyone, can you drink with me, this old man? Drink this big bowl of Taiping wine." Inside the first floor, countless people laughed loudly and said boldly, "Let's drink. Let's drink. Do you think I'm afraid of you, old man?" The old man laughed heartily and wiped the corner of his mouth. He slammed the bowl heavily. "I've talked about the battlefield. Allow me to repeat the same tune. Later, let's talk about the Jianghu, woman on the battlefield. There's a #1 assassin in the world whose name is unknown. She killed Beimang's Aquarius Prefecture's governor. Our Wulin alliance master, Mount Huishanzi of the Great Snow Plateau, almost took the head of Beimang's crown prince in the midst of millions of soldiers. There's a blind female zither player who is the third most powerful in the world. The sect master of Zhulu Mountain, White Robe Luo Yang, defended the east wall of the main hall alone at the last moment during the second defense of North Jiebe City. A woman in a red robe shuttled through Beimang's army as if she was in an unstoppable place. The female sword attendant of the Wu family's sword tomb carried the famous sword Su of Gojoseon on her back. She took the lead in every battle, and the king of Bailiang jokingly called her the white horse female lieutenant of Liangzhou. The old man laughed heartily and asked loudly, "Who said that the women of the Central Plains only know how to hide in their boudoirs and apply rouge? Who said that women's lives are worthless than grass?" There were many women in the restaurant, and there were at least 20 to 30 of them. Hearing the old man's words, they were even more heroic than the men. Almost all of them raised their cups and bowls to drink. There were even a few extraordinary women who picked up their wine pots and drank directly. The restaurant was filled with cheers. The manager of the restaurant, who was lying on the second floor, couldn't help but clap and cheer. He said loudly, "Today, the heroine will drink for free." As a result, the crowd cheered even louder. A burly man raised his head and looked at the second floor. He pinched his throat and asked in a high-pitched voice, "Manager, I'll go back to being a woman today. Is that okay?" The manager of the restaurant was stunned. He laughed heartily and said, "Just based on your shameless ability, you're like my brother. Drink to your heart's content. I won't take your money, so I'll treat you to a drink." He hurriedly said loudly, "The others can forget about it. It's not easy for me to have a family to feed." The man's son, who was squatting next to him, suddenly stood up. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his wooden sword and hurriedly said loudly, "Yes. My father always said that the money for traveling in the Jianghu in the future is all in the money for the drinks. Not everyone can drink for free." The laughter continued. The storyteller found an opportunity to smooth things over for the manager. He immediately changed the topic. He slapped the gavel and deliberately asked, "Has anyone heard of a saying? If the heavens did not give birth to you, Li Chungang, the way of the sword would be like a long night." As expected, the restaurant was attracted again. In fact, there were rumors of this saying in the Jianghu, but it was not very widespread. After all, the new Jianghu was led by Xinyuan Qingfeng, who occupied 3 of the 14 chiefs of auspicious talisman. Whether it was the 10 great sects, the sage of the 4 directions, or the 10 great itinerant cultivators, every year, there would be an endless stream of fairies and gentlemen. Moreover, there had been endless wars in the past few years. The famous saying of the old sword god of spring and autumn, especially the drinkers near this small town, was a little unfamiliar. If the storyteller in the restaurant had not mentioned it many times in passing, perhaps no one would have known the inside story. After all, the 4 great masters of spring and autumn, including Li Chungang and Wang Xiu, were several generations away from the old Jianghu generation. The storyteller smiled and asked, "This old immortal of the way of the sword once lent his sword to the new sword god, Dong Tai. Then this old man can't help but ask, if the heavens did not give birth to you, Dong Tai, what would happen to our world?" This question was a little too high and a little too far, so everyone was a little confused. In fact, the Jianghu of the Central Plains had not heard much about what the Peach Blossom Sword God had done on the battlefield outside North Jiebe Pass. It was as if Dong Tai, one of the 4 grandmasters of the martial arts evaluation, had been the most unknown in the battle between grandmasters outside the pass. Just as everyone's curiosity was piqued, the old man slowly picked up the gavel with a smile. However, before the old man could hit the table, someone scolded jokingly, "Damn you! This old man is deliberately trying to trick us, isn't he? Wait a minute. Don't King say, if you want to know what will happen next time, listen to the explanation next time. I want to hear the answer today. As long as you are willing to tell me now, I, Guochunying, will buy the most expensive wine in your restaurant. 10 jars. How heroic! What a hero! I will have many children and grandchildren. Of course, if we were women, we would have warmed Gua Haohen's bed long ago. The tall Gua Chunying stood in place with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked heroic, but in fact he was secretly laughing in his heart. He was wondering if 10 jars was too little. He was a famous wanderer in the local area. He had indeed traveled the Jianghu with a sword. He had seen many heroes and fairies. Of course, he had seen them from afar. He could recognize them at a glance. They could not recognize him even if they opened their eyes wide. One thing Gua Chunying was most proud of was that he had been to the snowfield of Mount Hui in Zhenzhou 4 or 5 years ago. After he came back, he told everyone how the moonless restaurant towered into the clouds and how the purple robe of Mount Hui comprehended immortality by watching the snow overnight. It was as if he was squatting behind the female chief at that time. The truth was that Gua Chunying had been to Mount Hui, but like most of the Jianghu people, he had stopped at the Bull Mound. The famous moonless restaurant, on the other hand, could be seen from afar. At this moment, the manager of the restaurant shouted, 15 jars. Hero Gua, do you have such heroic spirit? Gua Chunying suppressed the smile on his face and sneered deliberately, 15 jars is nothing. 20 jars. You can pick 20 tables of customers and have 1 jar per table. A waiter who was squatting on the stairs immediately shouted, okay. 20 jars of the best Jiangnan Huadiao. This old man Lu was a little worried. He was depressed. How could he know what would happen to the human world without the peach blossom sword god Dongtai? In the old man's opinion, what would happen to the human world? What else could happen? His original intention was to casually throw out a chewy package, and when the drinkers dispersed, he could ask the shopkeeper for an answer. It should be known that the content of his daily storytelling was given in advance by the shopkeeper of the restaurant in detail. He was just polishing the details. At the critical moment when the old storyteller secretly looked at the second floor, hoping that the manager could help him out of the hole, there was a crisp sound of horse hooves on the bluestone street outside the restaurant. It sounded like a summer rainstorm. It sounded like the horses stopped outside the restaurant. Chapter 2045. This kind of horse was definitely a rare animal in this place where the scenery was beautiful and the scenery was short. Within a radius of 100 miles around the small town, it was likely that they could only see it in that small, half-abandoned relay station. Moreover, those 2 or 3 horses also looked old and thin. Outside the town, there wasn't even a county government. Only a few years ago, during the most tense period of the war, did they hear that a group of cavalry passed by outside the big neighboring county. There were only a dozen or so riders. Only later did they know that they were the scouts under the command of the king of Yen. They had seen those dozen or so riders. It was said that when they talked to people, their voices were louder and their waists were straighter than the bamboos on the mountain. Soon, a waiter ran out of the restaurant. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Were there really such guests who could ride horses to drink in their restaurant? The waiter counted and found that there were exactly 1 hand. There were a total of 5 riders. After the 5 people got off their horses, they didn't intend to tie their horses and went straight to the restaurant's door. Then the waiter swallowed his saliva and couldn't say anything. He didn't dare to say anything, because those guests were all immortal-like characters. The one in the middle was only dressed in green and riding on his neck was a beautiful girl. He smiled brightly and looked up at the golden plaque with the words, Brothers Restaurant. He said to himself, these words are really ugly. Little sweet potato, far worse than your father, right? The little girl put her sharp chin on the man's head and said slowly, brother, restaurant. Alas, the name of this restaurant is really unpleasant to hear. The man smiled and said, it's very pleasant to hear. That's why the words are so ugly. I'll endure it. On the man's left, there was a woman in white with 2 knives on her waist. A man? In short, it was hard to tell whether she was a man or a woman. On the man's right, there was a woman with a purple box on her back. The waiter didn't know much about the world. He just thought that although he hadn't seen the heroines of Jianghu, the 2 in front of him were definitely more beautiful than all the heroines of Jianghu put together. Behind the man, there was a woman in green with a slightly cold face. She wasn't so beautiful that she was frightening, but that was only relative. The waiter of the restaurant gathered his courage and asked in a trembling voice, Dear guests, Are you here to drink in our brother's restaurant? The man smiled and asked, Don't tell me you don't sell alcohol and can only eat and drink tea? The waiter said awkwardly, No, no. The man waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't worry about us. You do what you need to do. The waiter felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, but he was also very disappointed. He couldn't care about anything else, so he lowered his head and jogged back to the restaurant. After this group of people crossed the threshold of the restaurant, the lobby of the restaurant quickly became silent. The green-clothed man in the lead glanced at the surroundings, and then he raised his head to gaze at the manager of the restaurant that was dumbstruck. The corners of his mouth curled up as he shouted loudly, Waiter with the surname Wen. The appearance of this group of people was the strangest thing in the world. Therefore, when this handsome and elegant man's words sounded a little strange, no one cared. Not only the guests at the 30 tables on the first floor, even the guests at the dozen or so tables on the second floor stood up one after another and stood on the railing to look down at this group of distinguished guests. The manager of the restaurant, who had been lazily lying on the railing, had unknowingly straightened his back. For some reason, his eyes were somewhat red. After hearing the shout of the man at the entrance downstairs, he said with a hoarse voice, Here. The pair of children beside the man raised their heads, wondering why their father was so unwelcoming. That man laughed loudly and asked, Do you have good wine? The manager of the restaurant on the second floor took a deep breath. Yes. That man continued to ask, Do you have good meat? On the second floor, the crippled man who had already left the Jianghu for a long time yelled out, Yes. That man paused for a moment and asked, Do you have a wooden sword? The man who had once walked the Jianghu with a dog paddle, and had also won the great title of Wenbusheng in the capital, grinned and said, No. The man downstairs made an oh sound and said loudly, Then do you have brothers? The manager of the restaurant, who was no longer a wandering warrior with a wooden sword, this Wen Hua, who had left the Jianghu in dire straits and then married and had children in his hometown, raised his arm that had not been broken and blocked his eyes, as if he did not want all the guests to see his appearance. With a suppressed sobbing tone, he smiled and said, Yes. I have always had it. The little girl shouted worriedly, Father? The man carelessly wiped his arm and put it down. He smiled happily and said, It's okay, it's okay. Father is happy that Uncle Xiaoyan of yours has come to our house. Let's go downstairs together. He held his daughter's hand while his son gently tugged on his other sleeve. The three of them quickly went downstairs together. At the entrance of the restaurant, the little girl who was nicknamed Little Sweet Potato by the man helped her father gently wipe away the wine on his face. She sighed and said, Father, I really don't want to criticize you. Although you said that a real man's thing is not tears and should be called wine, isn't it too embarrassing for you to do it in front of so many people? The man was silent. He only looked at the guy who was limping towards them with the two children. Although he had long known, when he really saw this scene, he lowered his head and exhaled softly. When that guy came closer, he raised his head and asked with a smile, When are you limping? How did you do it? Did you get punished for taking liberties with a good girl on the street? It's a small matter, it's not a big deal. Tisk tsk, didn't you say that you have brothers? I don't care about you. I think that guy is really nothing. But my brother was once the number one in the world. He used my sword moves and beat Tuoba Bodhisattva until he covered his head and fled like a rat. Do you have such a brother? Can you find someone with the surname Su for me in this world? Even half of it is your ability. There's really no way to find him. It can be seen that my luck is not as good as yours. My brother is not as good as yours. Yo, Su, your skin is no different from back then. But you're different. After Su said this, Wen Hua wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he just rolled his eyes and gently pulled the two children who were hiding behind him in front of him. Then he patted the two little heads one after another. My son is called Wen Liang. My daughter is called Wen Xiu. Her nickname is Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Very festive. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan, call Uncle Su. It's okay if you don't call him that. The two children were obviously a little curious and scared. They really didn't call him that. It seemed that this was a little awkward. Wenhua scratched his head. This was ridiculous. Su Fengnian stretched out his finger and pointed at his daughter who was sitting on his neck. My daughter, Su Nianliang, nicknamed Little Sweet Potato. She likes to play wildly, so she's a little tanned. All right, Little Sweet Potato, call heroine. The slightly tanned Little Sweet Potato was much fairer than the little charcoal back then. She quickly whispered in her father's ear and asked doubtfully, Father, shouldn't I call him Uncle Wen? Why do I have to call him Heroine? Su Fengnian explained in a low voice, that guy cares about face the most. Calling him Heroine is more useful than calling him Uncle Wen. Whether or not we can eat and drink for free later depends on you, my daughter. Wenhua, who had heard everything, muttered a curse. He no longer paid attention to this bastard surnamed Su. He raised his head and said with a smile, Little Sweet Potato? You're so handsome. You must take after your mother. Fortunately, you look like your mother. If you take after your father even a little bit, you'll really be in danger in the future. Little Sweet Potato didn't listen to her father. She smiled and shouted, Uncle Wen. After Wenhua heard this, he couldn't stop smiling. He quickly nodded and said, Good girl. So good. Su Fengnian said helplessly, Oh right, these two beside me. You can call them sisters-in-law. Remember, there's no difference in seniority. If you call them wrongly, you'll have to deal with it yourself. I'm the biggest daughter-in-law in the world. I'll only help beat you up. Wenhua first cursed, and then he looked at them and said in all seriousness, Sisters-in-law, nice to meet you. My surname is Wen and my name is Hua. I once had too many nicknames, so I won't mention them for now. Unfortunately, I'm the older brother surnamed Su. It's indeed a bit unfortunate for our family. In the future, I'll have to trouble sisters-in-law to take care of this good-for-nothing little brother of mine. Don't look down on him. Even if you really don't like him, that's fine too. You can just barely make do with him. Since you've accidentally married him, then you can only follow the man you marry. Su Fengnian had just put down Little Sweet Potato when he heard this nonsense. He couldn't endure it any longer, and he made a move to raise his leg and kick Wenhua. Wenhua tacitly raised his leg as well. However, it was obvious that this man had forgotten that he was lame at that moment, and he instantly staggered and fell. Su Fengnian quickly took 2 steps forward. After he held on to Wenhua's shoulder, he said in a light voice, Wen, I'm sorry. Wenhua didn't mind and said with disdain, Fuck off, fuck off. I don't like hearing these words. Do you still want to drink? Without waiting for Su Fengnian to say anything, Wenhua turned around and said loudly, Today, the wine that everyone drinks in my restaurant is my treat. But in next to no time, Su Fengnian grabbed Wenhua's arm and covered his mouth, and Su Fengnian roared with laughter. Heroes and heroines, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. We Wens are talking drunkenly. How can there be a reason in this world that we don't have to pay for our drinks in a restaurant? There's no such reason at all. After Su Fengnian let go of Wenhua's arm, Wenhua said shamelessly, I drank too much, haha, I drank too much. Wenhua, who'd incurred the wrath of everyone, tactfully made up for it. But all the drinks in the restaurant today are 20% off. That's more like it. After that, Wenhua gave the storyteller a look, indicating for him to continue telling the story and just say whatever he wanted. In the end, Wenhua led Su Fengnian's group up to the 2nd floor. After much persuasion, he finally asked for a table from a table of customers, and the price was that the restaurant gifted them with 10 jars of huadiao. There were 4 long benches on one table. Wenhua and Su Fengnian each occupied a stool facing each other. Wenhua and the 2 children sat on one. Ginger and White Fox sat on one stool for the first time, and Little Sweet Potato was squeezed in the middle. The little boy called Wen Liang stole a glance at the fellow nicknamed Little Sweet Potato from time to time. But every time he looked, she would immediately glare back at him and didn't forget to raise her fist once.